Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Just want to make sure I'm on. Hi. Good evening, friends. Good evening. How's everybody doing? This is the earliest you've ever been on. I tried. I wanted to get on an hour earlier than this, but it didn't work out. Hi, hi. Hey, Jess. Hey, in this moment. Matrix time. You're at work? Shh. I won't tell anybody. I won't tell anybody. Don't worry. Ugh, I'm trying to move up in my chair. Hello, hello. Happy to see you guys too. Thank you for coming. Hello, Suannie. Hello, Mindy. Triggering dreams. You saw yourself in a mirror in a dream. That's interesting. I love it. I love that us talking about this stuff is opening you guys up mentally and physically and spiritually to new experiences and new things. I'm very excited for you. It's snowy there. We had some snow, but it's done. We had like maybe 3 inches of snow. Yes, I am. Hello. Hi, hi, hi. My 2-year-old daughter joined your live. Hi. I'm driving, so I hope Siri is making sense. She is making sense. Be careful, miss. Be careful. I can't really say anything because I do this all the time where I'm on and I drive. Ooh, I know it's so bad. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Good, good, good. She was laughing and loving it. Hey.
Hey.
I just got online. How was the movie?
It was great.
Yeah? Did you have fun on your date?
Yeah, had a great time.
I was talking to Mike's wife before.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we were talking about how cute it was that you guys were on a date.
Hey, apparently he was calling it a date, too.
He was. Yeah, she said the same thing.
That's funny.
I love you too.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you. Okay, bye. That was Uncle Matrix. He just got home. He went on a man date with his physical therapist, who has become his friend, to the movies. So it was really cute. They saw Ant-Man. We already saw Ant-Man, but his friend had not seen Ant-Man. His physical therapist friend had not seen Ant-Man. So he was like, "Come on, we'll go. I'll take you." It was very cute. Very cute. Because he literally never goes out. He's 100 times more introverted than even I am. And he never, ever goes anywhere with anybody. I think we've been together for 6 years. I think I've seen him. He's left to go do something with a friend. This is probably the 3rd time. Wait, what's infuriating? All I just saw is that's infuriating. What's going on? We love Uncle Matrix. So cute. You made friends with your chiropractor? That's so funny. Oh, the mean comment video. Yeah. That's okay. The mean comment didn't bother me, right? I wanted to use it as an opportunity to let you guys know that I was going to stop using the retouch filter on my face, and I was just going to be me. This is just me. There's no enhancement. There's no retouch filter. I've been wanting to do that, and I wasn't sure of a way of I didn't want to just do it, because look, I did just start doing it, and I did it, and then I got an asshole comment. But I used that as a way to be like, hey guys, this is my real face. We're doing this from now on because I'm loving myself how I am. Oh, I'm glad you didn't notice. Who was mean to our Auntie Matrix? Someone on Instagram told me that they were like, girl, you look so shitty. Basically told me it looked like I was about to die and that I should stop being on social media and start taking care of my affairs. I appreciate you guys. You guys are so sweet. We ride at dawn. Thank you. I'm almost 40, so this is my almost 40 face. But we've been on a self-love journey, so we're loving ourselves the way that we are. Yeah, so rude, right? Right? That I should prepare for death. Hey, Katie Joe. We're talking about on Instagram. I stopped using the retouch filter because I'm on like a self-love journey and I'm trying to just love myself, the way that I look. This is my face without a filter. But on Instagram, someone was really mean and they told me that I look shitty and I basically look like I'm about to die and I should probably like take care of my affairs and focus on that because it looks like I'm going to die soon. Because that's how ugly I look. So I used that as an opportunity to let people know in a video, like, first of all, don't be a dick to people. Like, don't be mean to people. There's like no reason to be mean to people. And second of all, I'm not using a filter anymore. So that's what happened. I look younger than 40. Thank you. I'm not 40 yet. I'll be 40 on May 3rd. I'm technically 39. And before this, I was always saying every year I'm turning 34 again. Like I keep just saying, oh, I'm 34, I'm 34, I'm 34. But now I am ready to embrace that I'm going to be 40. I'm ready for 40. People who are mean and upset with their lives. I know. Hurt people hurt people. We know that. I don't take it personally. Don't be a Tony. I don't take it personally when people are mean. I know that's just them. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. F that thing. That's what I call people who treat others like trash. 34, but with 5 years experience. I love that. Embrace the beauty. Tomiko, thank you. My nose ring I got on Amazon. It's actually part of a little set, and it's on my Amazon storefront because so many people ask about it. So are my earrings, and my Amazon storefront is in the link in my bio, or you can go to TessicaVision.com. This is not a warm, fuzzy blanket. This is my microphone, and it has I call it a little Russian hat, and it helps the sound not to have more of an echo, and it helps, like, if I'm close to the mic, like to stop the pop noises, the pee noises and stuff. It's a little Russian hat for my microphone. Yes, Megs. My nose suits me well. My nose does. Thank you. I have this bump in my nose. We call it the Marzoga bump. That's not my last name. It's my mom's maiden name, but a lot of people in my family have it. I love my little bump nose. I've been 29 plus tax. I love 29 plus tax. That's really cute. You love my voice. Thank you so much. You're 60 and loving life. Becky, I love to hear it. I love to hear that shit. What am I going to be doing on live today? The same thing we do every live, Pinky. We're going to try to take over the world. And also we're going to read some stories and chat. Your family has the bump too? Kay. We're literally meant to be besties, I think. We did not start stories yet. No. We're just chatting now. My mom calls it a Helen Hunt nose. I have the same bump. That's so funny. Pinky and the brain, Pinky and the brain. One is a genius, the other's insane. You made it early. This is Jessica's hubby, a Russian hat. Kay! What was that little cutie? That was Cooper, right? What was he doing? Thank you so much. That was beautiful. I loved that one. I look like a Spanish girl called something on Instagram. I'll forget that. I don't go live every day. No. So glad you're going live. I'm doing end of the month inventory at work. I'm so glad to be your companion while you do things. That was adorable. Love it. Love it. I do not know anyone with the last name Perlaza. No. Thank you. Fuck Tony. They need a dachshund gift. Are you a dachshund lover? I wish I had those giftings. I would send them all the time. Everyone has those giftings. You have to pay for them. That's what it is. You can click somewhere. It's down here, right? It's down here where you can send gifts. You have to buy coins and then you send gifts with the coins. When you went live yesterday, tornado sirens went off in my hometown. Oh my God, are you okay? Tony's not going to creep in. Thank you, Taylor. My bank account said no. Okay, good, Mercedes, good. Woo! Yes, if anybody didn't get a notification that I was going live, make sure you're in my Discord because I do announce it in Discord as well. And you can hang out with us. There's almost 500 of us in Discord. You can get there through the link in my bio or going to TessicaVision.com. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you. And got you. We're going to start in just a second. I'll do my opening spiel in a second. I'm trying to get verified. Apparently, TikTok doesn't verify unless you have a bunch of big name media things, like big name news articles, magazine articles, TV shows, but big name ones. I've tried several times. They keep denying me. They're probably oh my God, stop asking us. Thank you, little bit. You need a good BuzzFeed article. I don't know if that would count. Or if you have something published. Well, I am going to be compiling stories and making them into a book. Will that count? That makes sense, but you deserve it. People literally make fake accounts. Well, that's why I said, I don't know if you guys saw, but I put up a post the other day about this specific thing, asking TikTok, hey, I get it. Whatever you're doing with verified is cool, but can you make another, you could leave that and then do a separate thing where it's just your identity is verified, where they can verify with my IDs and stuff that I send you, I'm me. And I would have a little badge that says that this is me. It doesn't have to be the blue check. That could be a separate thing, but just hey, this is me. And for everybody, not just me, because it happens to everybody. I could technically be verified for my book, but I don't want to do the steps. Okay, so when I do put a book out, I didn't put a book out yet. We are just starting the book. I will be putting some posts up about it because I'm working with a publisher and they gave me a release for free. They're helping me for free. This person's amazing. They gave me a release that I can use. So I will be putting posts up about it. And having you be able to go to a link in my bio if you want to submit a story that you would like possibly to be in the book, where you'll be sending the story and signing the release. And then I'm going to compile a bunch of stories into a book. And we're going to do one book with maybe 150. I think I'm going to do 111 because I like angel numbers. So maybe we'll start with 111 stories in the first book. And we'll see how it goes. If people like it and people buy it and it goes well, then I'll do another one. Because I have so many stories. But yeah, so that is in the works. It will take a while. I have to get submissions. I have to go through the emails I have already and see if I can get some of those people to sign a release for me. I have to compile them, organize them. But yes, so you'll definitely buy my book. Oh, it will be on Amazon. It will be on Amazon. Is it glitching today? Have I glitched yet today? I'm going to say I'd buy 1 million books of these stories. Good, because I have enough to make so many books. I inboxed you. You'll want to see. Will I? Is it just a story? Because I have a lot of stories. I have thought of doing a podcast. I just don't have time for a podcast. I feel like that's a lot. And hey, Yvette. I buy one for all of your subs for real. Oh my God, you guys are so amazing. Okay, well, it's going to be a while, but we are going to be doing that. We are going to be doing a book. I am also in the process of finding a good place for my merch because I'm going to have the merch if you guys want it. And a podcast maybe down the line. Right now, I don't have time for a podcast, especially because it's not like it's going to pay me anything. I don't have time for another hobby right now. I'm still trying to get fucking some long YouTube videos out, but I haven't had the chance to sit down and record a long YouTube video because I want to be doing that too. I got literally so many things, guys. I have so many ideas and so many things. I have lists upon lists upon lists. Yeah, but you have to pay for Shopify. I'm looking in the best. I'm looking it up. I have a lot of websites to look at. I have the perfect voice. Thank you. User FH whatever. We don't invite people on. I'm introverted. I don't like it. You may have inboxed the wrong person. Okay. Cool. Thank you. New York, please do not spam the chat. Yep, see, or you're going to get muted. We don't spam the chat asking to read stories. I am going to start in a second. I know people tell me ASMR, but I don't want to. You should do 113. No, I want to do 111. I'm reading stories in a minute, Veronica. My full-time job is making ads for TikTok right now. That's my main source of income. And then I also, make a little bit of money on the different things. I have like a lot of little things going on. I'm like Miss Rachel, but for adults. I know I keep hearing that. What is going on with Miss Rachel? Can you guys tell me? I saw some posts of her saying that she was taking a break for her mental health, but I have no idea what's going on. What happened with Miss Rachel? Veronica. Mean comments. I'm just wondering if you guys can tell me. And then after that, we'll start. Can't tell you'll enjoy a good convo. Why you got to go right to the stories? I know. Well, they don't have to stay. They could go. The people that want to be here will be here. I saw an ad of yours for the first time the other day. You did. That's so funny. She's being sexualized. People are being mean to her. Thank you, Red. I think how people bully her because of how she makes videos for kids. She was getting emails she didn't like. I'm fangirling. People are being mean to her and making very cruel comments. She's so sweet, though. Poor Miss Rachel. Someone was saying something about Miss Rachel and somebody else, Miss Jules or something. Someone trying to cancel her for using pronouns of they, them. Why? People are such dicks. I literally can't. So who cares? Like, literally, who cares what someone identifies as? Like, who gives a fuck? That's not your fucking business. That is not your business. It has nothing to do with you. It does not affect your life in literally any way. Like, literally, no ways does that affect your life. I'm sorry, this makes me so bad. It really fucking aggravates me when people have such a problem with stuff that literally affects them zero. How does it affect you if someone identifies a certain way? It doesn't affect you at all. My God. Like, have your own beliefs. If you're like, oh no, I don't like that, that's cool, but keep that shit to yourself. It doesn't affect you. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're not going to get into this because I literally will just go off for a million years. I'm 100% the kind of person you want to be friends with in real life. Hi, thank you. Agree. Oh my God. Okay. Let's start, maybe. Maybe we should just start. Hello, Nina. Hello. Alyssa, I don't know if you think you're being funny, but it's coming across not very nice. So I would maybe stop doing that. Yes. Thank you, Ghetto. Hold on, where's my little thing? Is Maggie here yet? Because Maggie's story is the one that we were going to read first. I just want to know if she's here. Then I'm going to do my little hello spiel, and then we'll start reading random stories. If Maggie's not here, we'll wait for Maggie to get here. Maggie is here! Yay! Okay, perfect. Thank you, Red. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So hello and welcome. If you don't know me, my name is Jess. People call me Auntie Matrix, and we are chatting, and we are reading your weird / unexplainable / paranormal / glitch in the matrix stories that you have sent me. I currently have 4,169 unread stories in my inbox. I'm going to be reading random ones, mainly from what's being sent right now during the live, so that some people can maybe hear their stories. Every 100,000 likes, I pick somebody specifically from the comments. Well, I pick you randomly, but I read your story specifically, whoever I picked. And another way to get your story read now definitely is to subscribe. If you subscribe, this little star or the word subscribe, you do get your story read now if you have one. You can also just subscribe for support. You don't have to have a story. If you subscribe, you also get a special role in my Discord. Anyone can join the Discord. The Discord is in the link in my bio or at TessicaVision.com. On the top there are little socials, and you'll see the little Discord. It's like an alien controller guy. Also, there is the link to my YouTube, which you should follow because I do post these live replays on YouTube. So if you want to watch old ones, or if you missed something, or if you want to rewatch, you can do that. Veronica, thank you for subscribing. Thank you so much, Veronica. I appreciate you so much, and I will see if you have a story in just a second. And you can submit your stories there as well by going to TessicaVision.com or the link in my bio. It says submit your weird stories in my little direct me link tree situation. Also, please tap the screen. Like I said, every 100,000 likes, we read a story from someone in the comments specifically, so make sure you're tapping the screen. And if you can contribute to the gift goals or send any gifts, I really, really appreciate it. It's very helpful for me, and I love you for that. Right now, we're working on some finger hearts. That is the gift goal right now, but feel free to send whenever you want. I don't have one. I just love you. Oh, thank you so much. Wait, Veronica, where's your badge? Where did your badge go? Hold on. You just subscribed. You should have a badge next to your name. I want to see. Write something else, Veronica. I just want to see. Because you should have the little eyes with the OMG badge. That means you're a subscriber. It should be next to your name. It's weird that it's not. I'm glad it's not glitching right now. I'm hoping that the live won't glitch because I, number one, updated my TikTok. I had another update that I wasn't aware of, so I did that. And also, number two, I realized that I was on... Oh, there. She wrote something else. You're good now, Veronica. Thank you. I also realized that I was on... So in my house, I have my Wi-Fi. And then I also have a Wi-Fi extender in like one of my rooms over here. Because the Wi-Fi doesn't get to my kids' room very well. And I was connected to the Wi-Fi extender instead of the actual Wi-Fi, and I think maybe that was also slowing it down. So I'm really hoping that everything's good tonight. We're on nice and early. Things seem to be going well. So, Veronica, I really appreciate your support. Thank you very much. You're so excited for this live. Woo! Okay. All right, so we're going to start with Maggie's story. We were trying to read Maggie's story yesterday, and it was glitching so bad that we just stopped. So we're going to reread it. Thank you guys so much for the finger hearts. I appreciate it. You're the coolest. So let me find it again. It was Maggie. Here we go. Okay. Are you guys ready? Oh, also, if you're new here, we read the stories and then we vote on if we like the story or not. It's going to be like a happy face, sad face situation, and the emojis will be down here when I put the poll up. Okay. Holy shit. Where do you send me stories? Link in my bio or go to TessicaVision.com. Miss Casey, thank you. All right, here we go. It's called Messages from Mom. May 19th, 2019, my mom was found dead on my 26th birthday. She was only 62. My mother struggled with her mental health. She was bipolar and our relationship was complicated, but since I was a child, I've always spiritually felt very close to my mother. I had moved out of state and stayed with my in-laws when I rushed back to my home state for my mother's affairs. The night I received my mother's ashes, I was absolutely devastated. I was alone in the guest bedroom and my in-laws of my in-laws that night, whimpering for my mom. My husband had to fly home for work. I had a private conversation with my mom where I asked her a question about which family member could be the best to lean on right now because I felt so alone in the world, child of a complicated divorce. I then composed myself and I placed her ashes on the metal bedside table next to a photo I had brought with me of her and I. Later that evening, I was watching TV with my in-laws, scrolling Facebook on my phone when I came across a post about the wives' tale of dead loved ones leaving pennies in strange places to get your attention to tell you things. I didn't mention this to anyone. I just read it and kept scrolling. Fast forward until the middle of the night, I am awoken from a dead sleep, and I'm a very heavy sleeper, to the sound of something hitting or being dropped on the metal bedside table that I had placed my mom's ashes on. It woke me up so suddenly, my heart was racing with fear. My in-laws' guest room is already low-key creepy in the dark because they live in the woods. After my immediate rush of fear from waking from the sound of something hitting the bedside table, I got this overwhelming sensation of safety, love, and warmth. The only thing I relate this safe feeling to as a kid was when I would have a nightmare and go get in bed with my mom. I had this mindset that as long as I had at least a foot touching her, I felt safe from anything. That's the feeling that I had, like my foot was touching my mom, and I just faded back to sleep. The next morning, I wake up, take a shower, and while I'm changing, when I am shocked to see on the bedside table where the night before there was only my mom's ashes and a portrait, now I was staring at a fresh penny, heads up in front of her ashes. I ran downstairs and asked my in-laws if they went in my room while I was showering, and they said no. I then checked the date on the penny because my mom used to say the date was special. It was the year 1964. I called my aunt, my mom's little sister, and told her the whole story, and then asked what the year 1964 meant to my mom. She got emotional immediately and said that's the year that she was born. The night I got my mother's ashes, I asked her if I should lean on my aunt for support or my dad, and my aunt was born in 1964. My dad was born in 1963. I got the message, Mom. I've had many moments since this on my grieving journey. I even wrote a poetry book and dedicated it to her. It's called Swimming by Maggie Daniels. It's online at Barnes & Noble. I know that she's with me. That was a beautiful story. Thank you so much for sharing that story, Maggie. We're going to vote. Did you like that story? Happy face for yes and a sad face for no. I love you too. That was such a sweet story. Very nice. We loved it. I loved it. Well, you guys loved it too, I see. You still have the penny? Oh, of course you do. I would keep it too. I would have definitely kept that penny. All right, I'm so happy we got Maggie's story. Poor Maggie yesterday. I tried to read this story 2 times. The name of the book was Swimming by Maggie Daniels, online at Barnes & Noble's. Swimming. You got some goosebumps? Yes. I'll mail you my book if you want. If you mail me your address. Aw, Maggie, that's so nice of you. Let me write this down. Thank you, Maggie. That's a very sweet offer. No freezing. It didn't freeze. Whoa! Would you try reading mine again since it froze last night and you couldn't finish it? Yes. Brianna, 99H. What was it under? Because I'm looking up Brianna 99H and I'm not seeing it. Tell me what it was under and I will. You love giving away books? Oh. I'm just waiting to see what Brianna says. It is, you send stories through my Glitch in the Dirt Road. Oh, I did finish reading it. But we couldn't. People couldn't hear it, so I'll reread it. It was a long one. It was long. Okay. I'm sorry. I get so distracted. My like ADD makes me like, this is happening, and this is happening, and then that's happening, and this is happening. But you can send stories through the link in my bio, or if you go to TessicaVision.com, it'll say submit your weird stories. And also my earrings and my nose ring and all the things that I like and use are on my Amazon storefront, which are also at the link in my bio or TessicaVision.com. It's like a Linktree situation. It's not Linktree, it's direct me, but nobody knows what that means. You're welcome. We just read one story. We're on story number 2. Oh my God. And I think by the time I read this, we're going to be at 100,000 likes. So we'll be picking somebody from the studio audience, as I like to call it. More doll stories. Never. I'm sending you my first gift. You are? Ooh. Thank you. You're ordering my earrings? My story was read out last night. You finished it, but a good chunk of the start got cut out. Claire, we're just doing a bunch of redos tonight. Okay, we'll do yours next, Claire. We'll do yours next. Have you guys heard these stories? Well, you didn't. You didn't, right? Because they kept getting they kept getting cut out. And we're at 100K. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's reread this one, The Dirt Road, then we'll reread Claire's, then we'll do the 100K. I love you guys so much. We're still looking for finger hearts. I know you missed so many stories. Okay, here we go. This is the Dirt Road story. To this day, I still can't make sense of what happened. This happened to my cousin and I when we were kids. If you remember my other story, okay, I'm going to skip that part because I don't know if other people do, but this happened a couple years prior to my other story. She sent another story that was a good one. I was 10 and my cousin was 9. For context, my uncle and his 3 kids, a boy 13, girl 10, and a girl 9, were living with my grandparents since my uncle's divorce a year prior. They moved back to our hometown from a neighboring state, and he had primary custody. I was at my grandparents' house a lot since my parents worked long hours. My grandparents lived in the country in a small neighborhood of only 5 houses surrounded by woods that had a long dirt road to get to it. At the end of the small neighborhood, the dirt road continued a ways with woods on each side until you got to another small neighborhood with several houses. My cousin and I were playing outside in the front yard. We were bored and wanted to explore, so we decided to walk down the dirt road that led to the other neighborhood. However, we didn't ask for permission or tell anybody where we were going, which was something we didn't normally do. We weren't supposed to go towards the other neighborhood because they had told us before there was a crazy woman who lived down there that was very unpredictable. That's one of the reasons we didn't ask for permission. We knew that they would say no. Am I glitching again? Don't even. Yes, I read this yesterday. We're rereading a couple of the stories from yesterday because they were glitching so bad people couldn't hear them. Oh my God. I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing it again. I'm reading the rest of the story and I'm not reading it again. So watch it on YouTube because it's long. Okay. We started walking down the dirt road, giggling and talking. When we were about halfway down the road, it went up a small hill and back down. We had just gotten on the other side of the hill and it sounded like a car coming from behind, but we couldn't see because of the hill, so we got to the side of the road, turned around and waited, but a car never came. We could still hear the sound of the car coming, so we stayed by the side of the road and we walked back far enough to see over the small hill, and the sound stopped suddenly and there was no car. It was odd because we could hear it very clearly, but we shrugged and said that was weird, but we kept walking. It took several minutes to walk down the road. Once we got to the start of the other neighborhood, we decided that we should turn around and head back. We could hear the birds chirping, but otherwise it was very quiet. We continued to walk. Close to the end of the road by my grandparents' neighborhood, there's another small hill, so we couldn't see the neighborhood from down the road until we got over the hill. Once we were almost to the end of the road, our grandparents' neighborhood, almost over the small hill, we could hear our grandma, my uncle, and my other cousins and neighbors frantically calling and screaming for us. When they seen us, they came running and hugged us. Our grandpa soon pulled in the drive in his truck. He had been driving around looking. They were pretty shook up. They said they had been searching for about 45 minutes and couldn't find us anywhere. They had yelled for us outside and thought that we came back in the house, so they searched the whole house and basement and then went back outside. They said they all split up and went around yelling for us. Apparently, after searching for a while, they called the police. They hadn't gotten there yet, so my grandma called them back to let them know they found us and that we were okay. They said they had been yelling and screaming for us and asked how we didn't hear them and why we were gone that long, where had we gone, etc. We should have been able to hear them even if we were a ways down the road. It was weird that we didn't hear them yelling until we got almost to the end of the road. We told them that we walked down the road and turned around and walked back and that we had only been gone for about 15 minutes. They thought we were lying since they had been looking for us for 45 minutes. Also, what caused them to realize we were gone is that my grandma said she noticed that she hadn't seen us out front for 10 to 15 minutes since she regularly peeked out the window to check in on us. She said after a bit she figured that we were in the backyard and we went out to check on us and couldn't find us, and that's when they started searching. We told them that we were out front the whole time until we started walking down the road. So according to them, we were gone for almost an hour since they didn't see us out front for 10 to 15 minutes and had been searching for 45. We knew we hadn't been gone that long. This is where it gets even weirder. They said that my grandpa drove down the dirt road leading out of their neighborhood, and my uncle said he drove down that dirt road, the one that we walked down, hollering for us and didn't see us. He said he drove down the road through the other neighborhood, turned around and drove back the dirt road and couldn't find us. We stayed at that road the whole time we were walking, so I don't know how he didn't see us or how we didn't see or hear him, but it's strange that we thought we heard a car, but one never came. The fact that they were looking for us then, they were looking for us longer than we were gone could possibly be explained by us being kids, and maybe it just felt like we weren't gone for as long as we were, but we had a pretty good sense of time, and 15 minutes is a lot different than an hour. It definitely doesn't take an hour to walk down that road and back. Us not hearing everyone yelling until we were almost back, maybe we couldn't just hear them for some reason, but my uncle driving down the road yelling for us, and us not seeing or hearing each other, there's no way to explain that. We didn't go down that road after that, and we got quite a few lectures about never going off without permission and letting them know where we were at all times. They kept saying if we went into the woods or something to just tell them since we were already in trouble and that it didn't make sense to lie. We kept telling them that we never went back into the woods or anywhere else. We were on the road the whole time. Of course, they didn't believe us because my uncle should have seen us when he drove down the road and back. I don't know what happened, but it was frustrating to not be believed when we were being truthful. They questioned us more the next day, and our grandpa was going to drive to the other neighborhood and start asking people, especially that woman that they would told us about, if they had taken us into their house. He said he was going to lose it on someone if they had. We didn't want a bunch of problems or innocent people to be questioned and wanted to just forget about it, so we agreed to just say that we had went into the woods. We told them that that's where we were, but they didn't understand why we wouldn't have just said that in the first place. We told them we were afraid that they would be mad and said it's dangerous and they said it's dangerous for us to go into the woods by ourselves if we are not right by the house. We didn't want to have to say that we did something we didn't do, but we felt like we didn't have a choice. They lectured us a bit more but forgave us and said that they were just glad that we were okay and not to do it again. We're still not sure what happened or how us and my uncle didn't see or hear each other and how we were gone for an hour when it was only around 15 minutes. Maybe we experienced some kind of glitch or a time slip. My cousin and I have experienced quite a few strange things together in our childhood years. I can send more stories if you're interested. Thank you for reading. Okay. We are voting. Hopefully you heard the fucking story this time and it didn't glitch. Hopefully. Did you hear it or did it glitch? They definitely, I don't know what happens. It could have been a time jump. I feel like though, but they heard that car, right? They heard the car and they didn't see the car. So were they just like in another like timeline or dimension at the same time? Did they kind of like slip into there? You heard it. Thank God. Thank God. You're welcome, Brianna. You're welcome. No glitching. Woo! I'm so excited about it. Okay. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you, She. I love how real you are. Thank you. Family in panic mode. Yep. Hi. Okay. Now we're going back to Claire. Oh, were you the one with the banshee? Claire, you were the one with the banshee, right? The irony of writing glitch stories and being thankful for no glitches. Yeah, that is really funny. Different timeline, right? But if they kept an eye on the time. Whoever doesn't like these stories should just leave. Well, it's okay to vote that you didn't think that that story was a good story, you know? Yes, the haunted house with the banshee. Thank you, she. All right, we're reading Claire's. Then we're doing the 100K. And we are halfway done with the finger hearts. Heard the story is fine on YouTube, but the voice did not match mouth. Gold is pretty on me. Thank you. It's rose gold. I prefer rose gold. That's okay if you missed any of that or anything or any other stories. Just make sure that you're subbed to my YouTube. It's TessicaVision, just like here. The link is in my bio or TessicaVision.com because I repost the replays. Okay. Go to sleep, Demi. All right, here we go. I lived in a haunted house with a banshee. We did read this one yesterday, but it was glitching too, so... Ooh! What was that, she? I liked it. Thank you. Oh, we did those yesterday. It was like love. I don't remember what it was called, but it was pretty cool. I used to live... This was the rural. Remember, I couldn't say rural? Whoa, we're halfway there. Oh, I hate this song. Okay. Yes, live is being better. I used to live in a rural house north of Ireland with my dad, mom, and brother. I had many experiences in this house. We left this house in 2009 because of the haunting. No one has moved into the house, and I visit it every so often, in which it is now abandoned. I am very drawn back to this house, and it will always be in my heart. I don't know why. My first story, when I was around 4 years old, I was wide awake in the bed beside my mom. The bed was beside the window, and that's where I slept on the bed. I heard a woman's voice making an ah sound, but going up in harmony. I'm thinking she's meaning like ah, like that. I was too afraid to look out the window and instead got out of bed and walked into the hallway, but there was no noise of a TV, etc. I was frozen and got back into bed with my mom. My grandmother on my dad's side passed away a while later. This was in 1996. I also around that time saw red eyes on my bedroom wall moving about as I was in bed. I screamed for my dad and he came running in. I remember pointing at the wall uncontrollably crying and asking him, "Do you see that? It's doing it again." Oh my God. He kept reassuring me that there was nothing and eventually I went back to sleep. I asked my dad before he passed away in 2015, did he remember it? And he said he did not. I have so many stories from this house, but we'll leave you with a picture of my bedroom, now abandoned, where it all happened. Which I know. Would you guys like to see her abandoned bedroom? This is not what it looked like. We showed it yesterday too, but chicken, the hiding one. This is obviously not what it looked like when she lived there, but you want me to show you anyway? Okay. Yes, yes, yes. We are flipping the camera. All right, so that's the window, and then this is the abandoned bedroom, though. This is her abandoned bedroom that looks creepy as fuck, abandoned. That's what it is. It looks like everything was just kind of like left there. Like when you moved out, you didn't take everything, right? Kind of weird. Kind of weird, friends. Kind of weird. All right, let's pop you back up here. Double check my charger because we all know that sometimes I fuck that up. And we're all good. Yeah, is that your stuff? Reach the gift goal. Whoop, whoop. Thank you. If my house was haunted, I would leave everything too. I know, right? Okay, let's reset the gift goal. And then we're going to pick the 100K person and read their story. So let's see. Let's do 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 do. Oh, you know what we didn't do yesterday that I love is those damn panther paws. You know how I love those? Where are they hiding? Here you are, panther paw. I just love how they scratch the screen. It's so fun. Nope. Nope. Edit. Not confettis. What did you do, you silly goose? It didn't listen to me when I said panther paws. Panther paws. 11. Confirm. 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 Panther paws. Perfect. Okay. Yes, thank you, kiddo. The story is done. That was the end of that story. Thank you, Yvette. Ooh, Yvette. Okay, I know they are really cute, right? I'm going to turn my head and we're going to pick the 100K person. So if you have a story that you sent in at any point in time and you would like the possibility of me reading it right now, please start to type something in the comments. It could be a letter, an emoji, a word. I don't care what you type, whatever you like. And then I'm going to turn around and just randomly pick somebody and we will read your story specifically. We do this every 100,000 likes, so make sure that you are tapping the screen so that we can continue to pick people specifically. Otherwise, I read random stories or people who subscribe. I read your stories too. Okay. All right. Ooh, wait, where did you go? I always pick one and then it runs away. It was Little Bit Out of It. Little Bit Out of It. Congratulations. Come on down. Please let me know your name, email address, when you sent your story or what it's about so that I can find it in my inbox. Little bit out of it. Little bit. Wiggle it just a little bit. Oh my God, yay! Love it, love it. You mods are the coolest. Thank you guys so much for all of your help. I think I might have sent it twice. Okay, but what is it under though? What is it under? Sherbet. All right, hold on. You did send it twice, and that is okay. We'll just delete one. All right, here we go. Thank you. We are still having a subscriber goal of 222 subscribers, and we're at 213. And oh my God, we're almost done with the Panther Paws. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. All right, this is called Creepy Cabin Story. Interesting. Okay. Creepy Cabin Story. Here we go. So this happened about 2 years ago in a city a couple of hours from where I live, 16 at the time, and my boyfriend 15, and his family were staying at a cute little wood lodge for a couple of nights. The lodge was about 20 minutes away from the city, down a dirt road with tons of fields. We didn't really know the area and wanted to check it out. We were walking for about 10 minutes when we passed by an old white house with shattered windows and a huge wired fence all around a massive field and the house. There were no trespassing signs up all over the fence. On the road in front of the house was a black SUV, which had looked like it had sat there for a while, as there was cobwebs all over it and it was very dirty. We continued walking, and once the weird fence ended, there was another huge field. About a half a mile into the field was a small old log cabin. The windows were boarded up and it looked like it had been caught on fire. It was just not in good shape. The whole field was about 4 feet tall grass and weeds. We wanted to check it out, but we weren't sure if it was private property. Plus, there was no way there without walking through the tall grass, and we're both horrified of bugs and snakes. We looked around the fields for a bit and then continued past. About 20 feet later, I decided to put my hair up. But the wind was blowing my hair everywhere, so I turned back towards the cabin to get my hair out of my face. My boyfriend was still looking the other way. I went absolutely still and felt my heart drop when I saw 2 girls who we did not see earlier walk out of the field with the small cabin. There was no way they could have walked through that grass without us seeing them or hearing them in that short amount of time. I think the scariest part is that they didn't even look both ways before walking onto the road. They were both dressed in the exact same outfits. Both had white sneakers, long white socks, white tennis skirts, and white tops. I whispered to my boyfriend and said, "Do you see them too?" And he turned and just did not say anything, so I assumed that he did. We didn't talk, but both decided it was time to walk back to our lodge, which was the same direction those girls were going. Oh my God, don't go that way. Don't go that way. Don't do it. They were walking at the same pace, side by side, weren't talking, and were in the dead center middle of the road. We kept our distance. There was even no sign of grass being walked on and squished at all in the field that they came out of. They ended up getting into that same cobweb-infested SUV that we saw earlier at the White House with no trespassing signs. They both got into the front seats, but when they drove by us, there was no one in the car except for an old man driving. We quickly went back to our lodge and didn't tell anyone about it because it was so freaky. What? What is that? Oh my God, that was weird. We're voting. Did you like that story? Happy face for yes, sad face for no. You can vote down below. Just click on it. What? That was really weird, Sarah Beth. Oh my goodness. That was a good one. I like that one. What? Who was the old man? But who was the old man? That was a good one. Definitely a good one. Definitely a good one. I'm 100% keeping that. Ooh, that was good. Oh, we hit the goal. Thank you so much. I'm going to set up a new gift goal and then we'll read a random story. And when either someone subscribes or we hit 100,000 likes, we'll do someone else's story. But for now, we're just going to read some random ones. Da, 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 da. Since it's so snowy for a lot of people, we'll do a couple of stay warms. Boop. If you missed the story, or you want to rewatch it or any other stories, make sure you're subscribed to my YouTube, which is TessicaVision, same name as here. You can get there through the link in my bio or by going to TessicaVision.com. Thank you, She. Stay warm. Okay, here we go. Random story. Is this a video? Whoa, what is that? Oh, is this what you're... I can't really tell what that is. Hold on. Share. I can't really see. It's so... The video is so dark. I can't really tell what we're looking at. Because at first, I can't really tell. It's freezing in your room. Oh, thank you whoever sent the other stay warm I didn't see. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's a long one. Here's a long one. Thank you, She. Ooh, so cute. Did you send all of those? Do you have a story that you would like me to share on your behalf since you're being so generous today? Thank you so much. I appreciate. Oh, we hit 200K too? I'm going to read this one story that I just found. Then we'll pick a 200K. And She, tell me either your name, email address, or where I can find yours, and I'll read yours too. Yes, that is yours with the YouTube link, Chloe. I can't really... see it. If you guys want, I'll still read the story and try to share the videos. It's hard for me to tell what I'm looking at. I don't know why that comment was pinned. I think that might have been an accident. She, are you in here? Well, you are. If you're trying to write an email address, you can't write the whole thing or else I'm not going to see it. Like I'm just calling you she. My name at Hotmail. Is it Shayna and I'm calling you she? The link for your email isn't working for me. Okay, well, it's also just glitches.tessicavision@gmail.com. Sheena. I don't know which one it is. I'm so sorry. Okay. Do you guys want to see the one with the videos that I was just going to show? I don't know if I can see it. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but do you want to see that? Sheena. Okay. Sheena. Yes. Okay. All right. So it says, hey, I'm from the UK and I've been hooked on your glitch in the Matrix videos for months. And today I came across your video about the flying objects that you saw around your home. With all the craziness going on right now, I felt I had to share my own experience that I had last year on YouTube earlier today. I would TikTok it, but honestly, I point blank refuse to do anything with the video, whether it be shorten it, make it brighter, or even mute it. I want to keep it as authentic as possible. It's a long-winded video. Oh, is it like you telling a story on a video? Because the video is 32 minutes. I'm not going to show a 32-minute video of you telling a story. Is that what it is? Hi, exploding. If that's what this is, I'm not going to do that. You're not telling a story. Okay, well, it's still a 32 minutes. I don't know which part. Is there like a certain part you want me to show? Because I can't show 32 minutes. Can you tell me? But which part do you see something in the sky? Because I can't play this for 32 minutes. Can you tell me where to tune in? Which part to tune in so that I can show the people? Sugi! Thank you so much for subscribing! Sugi! I appreciate you so much. I will ask you if you have a story momentarily. I just have a few more things to go through first, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Where is the person with this video? I don't know what to do with it. I'm from Germany. What time is that at here? It is 9:04 p.m. You can submit a story by clicking on the link in my bio or going to TessicaVision.com. I don't know where to show you the glimpse, though. It's 32 minutes long. Yes, I'm going to set up a new gift goal. I'm sorry, guys. I will. Just glance through it. You can see it. I mean, I just see a blinking light that could be something, but also could be a star or a plane. I can't really tell. I'll just show this little part here that I see. Hold on. Let me read you this gift goal really quick. And then we'll show this little part of this video, of this potential UFO video. First, we're going to do... Oh, let's do some chills, shall we? I love the chills. Because we like to chill in this room. Okay. Flip the camera. Oh, wow. Look at how dirty my screen is. You won't be able to tell what the UFO is. It's just dusty. It does not look that dusty to me. All right. Let's see. So I think she's talking about this here. And it is moving very weirdly. It's not moving the way a plane would move. Can a helicopter move that way? I don't even know. What do you guys think about this? Check from 2:30. Like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, wow. See, it's up here. Oh, and it's moving around. Oh, and it's moving down. What is happening? Do satellites move like that? You think it's a drone? It's Tinkerbell. You've seen these too. They move so crazy. Helicopters cannot do that. Drone. It's like going in circles. Yes, the lights are like going in circles. Yeah, like that. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Interesting. It is moving really weird. Drones aren't that zippy. It seems to be spelling something. I wouldn't have even thought of that. Drones usually have a red light on them. It's blinking. It looks like it's going in circles or making letters. If it's a drone, what's up with the bright light? I've never seen one that looks like that. Yeah, me neither. Could be RFA practicing to do tricks in the sky in the UK in their air shows. Definitely not a drone. Drone for sure. Everyone is very split on this. That is very interesting, though. Look at that thing go. It is very cool. You said it looks like the Harry Potter car. It is moving so weird. Thank you so much for sharing that. That was very weird. Very weird. Let me just put this here. It's giving UFO vibes. Definitely, definitely. Okay. Flubber? Where was that? I don't know. Where was that? Okay, we're going to pick 200K. Then we're going to do Sheena's. And then we're going to do Sugi's if Sugi, new subscriber Sugi, has a story. It's going all over. At one point, it looked like it was spelling or drawing something. That's very cool. I was just watching a drone the other night filming Northern Lights. It was just a red dot. Interesting. Cord check. Cord is good. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I love that you remember that. If you didn't get a notification for my live, you should join my Discord because I also at everybody in the Discord and announce that I'm going live. You can join it at TessicaVision.com or the link in my bio. Cord's good, guys. Cord is good. You guys know me way too well. Okay, I'm going to turn my head and we are going to pick. I'm going to drink water while I do this. Thank you for whoever just said that. I'm going to turn my head and we're going to pick the 200K. So if you have a story that you sent that you would like me to possibly read right now, please type in the comments anything you like while I drink some water. I can't believe I've been on live for an hour already. I feel like I just got on. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Okay. We got Lil Pefif. Lil Pefif. Congratulations. Come on down. Please let me know either your name, email address, what it's about, or when you sent it so I can find it in my inbox. Our new gift goal, guys, is chills. They are very cheap, so a lot of people can contribute if you can. Sheena's after this one. Don't worry. It's going to be this one. It's going to be Sheena, and then it's going to be Sugi, new subscriber Sugi. Da, 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 da. Thank you so much for sharing it, Chloe. That was very cool. That was very cool. And thank you for telling me where to look because I was like, I don't know where to look in this 37-minute video. We are first just waiting on Lillian Pfeiffer. The P is silent. I know that P is silent in the word Pfeiffer, but when it said Lil Fife, I didn't realize that's what it was. Lillian Eifer. Got you. Real or just a dream? All right. When I was younger, I worked at a nursing home. One of my favorite people I helped there had been there for 12 years, but my name was the only name other than management that she knew, even though I had only been there for a year. I had a trip planned to go to the Bahamas for a week. 5 days into my trip, she passed away. My friends at work called me to tell me that she should have passed 3 days before. I jokingly said she was trying to wait for me. I came home and everything was normal. I went back to work the following night. It was a weird and rough night without her there. She didn't sleep well, so I would talk to her most of the night. On my way home, a 30-minute drive, I didn't feel alone, even though no one was in the car with me. I went into my apartment and I went straight to sleep. Next thing I know, I'm walking down my hallway to the living room. And she was there, but she was in her 20s to 30s instead of her 90s, heels, makeup, and all. As soon as I made eye contact, she said, "I'm sorry, I tried to wait for you. I couldn't leave without telling you goodbye and that I love you." I gave her a hug crying, telling her how much I love her and will miss her. And mid-hug, when I finished telling her goodbye, I was sitting in my bed bawling, not knowing what just happened and if this was real or if it was a dream. Oh, that was really nice. And I wonder, was that real or was it a dream? I don't know, but that was beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that. Please vote if you like that. Happy face for yes and sad face for no. I know, so sweet. Even if it was in a dream, it was still real because our deceased loved ones do visit us in dreams. So it was real either way. We got a new subscriber. Who's the new subscriber? I missed it. Who are you, new subscriber? Reveal yourself. Yes, comforting. Definitely comforting. It was a beautiful story. Is it you? LVNDR? Lavender? That's you. Thank you so much for subscribing. Lavender. I appreciate you so much. As soon as I get through a couple more stories, I will ask you and see if you have a story that you would like me to share. Thank you very much. Lavender. That makes more sense. Lavender. Okay, Sheena. Let's do Sheena's. We liked this one. Thank you for the chills, my friends. We are working on chills for the gift goal. Woo, woo, woo. Sheena Stewart. Sheena. Hotmail? What if I type Hotmail? Oh, found it. I was typing Sheena, S-H-E-E. Y'all, this really happened. I mean, I hope all of these stories really happened. They should have all really happened. I hope people aren't lying to me. Just seen your post on Ormus. What's my update on Ormus? My update on Ormus is that I took it for about a month or maybe a little less than a month. And it honestly started to give me anxiety. And not full-blown panic attacks, but I did not like the way it made me feel. Jody, thank you so much for subscribing. Jody, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I will ask you for your story in a few people. We got a few people on the list. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, the Ormus made me feel kind of weird. So that's my update on the Ormus. That was a long time ago. I tried that months and months ago. Okay, here we go. This is Sheena's story. Glitch in the Matrix, my mom's doppelganger. Oh, I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. Seeing your previous TikToks encouraged me to tell my story. Jennifer, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. Thank you. I will get to your story if you have one as well soon. Mwah. I'm scared. Sheena, you got me scared. Seeing your previous TikToks encouraged me to tell my story. I'm so happy. I love that people are feeling more validated in their experiences and more comfortable sharing their experiences and spreading awareness of the things that are out there that people don't know about or don't believe. We're like helping to like wake people up a little bit. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, here we go. I was 17 years old, living with my parents in a fixer-upper, mostly broken house from the early 1960s. It was a normal weekday in the summertime. I had a habit of sleeping in the living room on the couch, coolest part of the house. I don't know if coolest part of the house, do you mean it was like cooler temperature-wise or like it was just like totally cool there? You have goosebumps? Oh my God, you're scaring me. You're scaring me, Sheena. Oh my goodness. I want to know which cool it was before I continue the story. Temperature. Okay. I woke up to my mom standing by the entertainment center, facing slightly towards the window, looking back at me. I couldn't see most of her face because the Texas sun was shining so bright through the windows, but I asked, "What are you doing? I thought you just left." She replied, "Oh, your cousin's having a birthday party and you need to get dressed and come with me." She finally turned to face me, still slightly shadowed from the sun, but I can clearly see her. I said, "Oh yeah," leans forward to get off the couch, but I immediately frowned and started thinking. My mother is a creature of habit. She runs errands and never comes home early in the morning. Never. I could see the time on the TV read 9:03 a.m. My mom never came home until after 12 noon that whole summer. I squinted and finally looked at her thoroughly. She's still urging me to hurry up and get up. Looking at her, I realize, yes, this is my mom, but no, that's not my mom. Everything I associate my mom with is good. Her aura is beautiful, but this mom seemed off, like very negative, almost evil. The hair on my arms stood up and I screamed, "Who are you? You're not my mama." She looked startled, saying, "What? You're being ridiculous." Cuts her off. "You're not my mama." Jumps off couch. She disappeared, like vanished. I ran out of the house and waited like clockwork until my mom came home at 12 noon. I asked her, did she come home earlier? Of course, she was adamant that she didn't, and I told her what happened. She believed me, seeing as I'd been sitting outside in my PJs for hours, freaked out. As I'm telling this experience, my arm hair is standing up. The fact that whomever it was tried to manipulate me by using my mother, or she's really was my mother, just not from this dimension. I wasn't sleeping and clearly saw them, realized the jig was up, and disappeared. I've had several glitch in the matrix experiences in my life, but this is by far the one that still affects me at age 30. Never saw mom's evil doppelganger again, and we moved 5 years later. I don't know what would have happened if I did go with her, or it never wanted me to do anything, but feels scared and vulnerable. I still feel that way, so mission accomplished. Oh my God. I don't know. What if you would have went with her? What would have happened? The other mother. Yes, it reminds me of that one. Oh my God, the other mother. Never go. Never go. I'm really glad you didn't go. We're voting if you like that story. Happy face for yes, sad face for no. Oh my God. Thank you for making these TikToks. It's an outlet we never knew we needed. I know it is, and it's great, but oh my God, Sheena. Oh my God, Sheena. Thank you for sharing that, but I'm so glad you didn't go with her. And I love that you said she knew like the jig was up when you were like, "You're not my mother. You're not my mother." That's good. Our words are powerful. Just say, "Get out. Go away. Leave me alone." Oh, that was really scary. Thank you so much for sharing that, Sheena. We loved it, obviously. We're about halfway through the chills. I joined the end. That sounded like a good one. It was a good one. If you missed it, that's okay. Make sure that you're subscribed to my YouTube, and the live replay will be posted tomorrow. Hello, Ali Sosa. Thank you. Oh, I love the stay warm. Thank you. Okay, next up, we're going to have new subscriber Sugi. New subscriber Sugi, do you have a story that you would like me to read? Please let me know. And guys, keep tapping the screen because at 300,000 likes, we'll be picking someone from the studio audience, which is the comment section. 6 stories. 6 stories. All right, let's see. Oh, I see you. Steffa, thank you so much for subscribing. Steffa, I'm writing you down. I appreciate you. And I will ask you if you have a story. As soon as we get through, we have Sugi, Lavender, Jody, Jennifer, and then you. New subs. New subs. Crazy tonight. Oh my God, we might possibly hit our sub goal tonight. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Sugi, here we go. You did miss the vote, but we all loved it, so it's okay. I'm just stretching my back. Hold on. Okay, 6 stories, paranormal. There are 6, but they look short. They're not like crazy long, so it's cool. We can read them. They're in one email. My grandpa. Okay, first I speak French, Quebec City, Canada, so I used a translator for my story. Sorry if it's badly written in English. Okay. Oh, thank you, Minnesota. No story, just love you. Oh, Steffa, thank you. I really super appreciate that. I appreciate your support. Feel like I'm in the women's club. Hey, men, anyone here? My following is like 90% women. Like when I look at my analytics, it's 90% women. Okay. My grandpa, that's like the title of the first 3. Okay. The first happened when I was about 4 years old at my maternal grandfather's funeral. I have very little memory of him as I knew him at a very young age. I remember looking at him in his casket. Then he turned to me, winked, and smiled, and then settled back into his normal position in the casket. What? I remember running to my mom and telling her Grandpa wasn't really dead and explaining to her what happened. She told me that that was impossible, but she thought that he wanted to make sure I remembered him. Now at 33 years old, that memory is still very clear in my mind. Oh, there's a man in the room. Oh my God. That was the first one. Oh. My second story happened. That is like literally so scary to me. My second story happened when I was 5 years old. We got a call because there was a big fire in my uncle and cousin's apartment block. As we were heading toward the scene, my mother had a very clear vision of my little cousin joining my grandfather from the previous story in the sky. At that moment, we didn't know who was alive and who was dead, but my mother knew before anyone else. She told us while crying in the car because she was so sure that her vision was true, and it was. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. My last story came in a dream. Fellas represent. Wait, what counts? Hold on, I'm being nosy. My husband is laying here next to me listening. Okay. My last story came in a dream. I was talking to my maternal grandfather, still the same one, and I was telling him that I had to change my clothes and my style. I thought it was a strange dream, so I called my mom and told her about it. She told me that she too had dreamed about my grandfather that night and that he was telling her that she had to take me shopping. It was immediately clear that the message was that I needed her in my life for personal reasons, and he made sure that my mom would be there to help me with whatever I was going through. That is cute. That is cute. 300K! I'll write down 300K, and we'll get there after we get through these subscriber stories. Thank you so much. Okay, the next 3 are labeled The Apartment. My stories happened while I was living in an apartment. My ex was working nights, so I would often stay awake until he arrived because I didn't always feel safe. One night, I put the TV remote on the couch, went to the bathroom, and when I came back, the TV remote was gone. I looked for it in the whole apartment, one room only, for about 2 hours, going back and forth, and I finally found it exactly where I had put it, on the couch. I still can't explain it to this day. Interesting. Thank you, Allie and Allie. Allie and Allie. Another time, I was in the bedroom and I woke up because the TV was playing loudly. I thought this was strange because I had taken the trouble to turn it off as I do every night before going to bed. I thought maybe my ex was back from work, so I got up and I asked him to turn it down, but there was no one there. I texted my ex to ask him if he was back and out, and he assured me he was still at work. Another event occurred while I was cooking. I had a rack of cooking utensils on the counter, and as I was walking to the table to put some dishes on it, that rack and all the utensils went across the room. At first, I thought I might have hung it without realizing it, but upon closer inspection, there was no way the rack would have crossed the room just by hanging it the way I originally thought. Ooh. Later, we learned that the lady who occupied our apartment before us passed away in the apartment just before we moved in, and we were not aware of it. That is why those were good. Those were good. Please vote. Did you like those stories? Happy face for yes, sad face for no. I liked them. And they were actually written very well for Google Translate or whatever translator you used. They actually read very nicely. While we are voting, the TV controls have a mind of their own. Oh my God. While we are voting, Lavender, do you have a story that you would like me to share for you? If so, please let me know your name, email address, when you sent it, or what it's about so that I can find it in my inbox. We're looking for Lavender. Thank you for the chills. How can you just go on living normally after this? I know. Name is F-A-O-L-A-N. 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 I don't see that name unless you sent it to the wrong. Can you tell me when you sent it or what it's about? It's not coming up under that name or part of your email address or something. I stopped counting. I have so many. Oh my God, that's crazy, Sugi. Anyone else just lying under their covers watching this relaxing like it's meditation time? No. Who else is doing that, Claire? I didn't think we were glitchy. Are you guys glitching? Oh, we hit the gift goal. Thank you so much. I'm going to set another one as soon as or Erin. Of course, I have a million errands. Oh, I found you. Found it. Okay, we got it. All right, let me set a new gift goal, and then we will read this one. It's called, There's Something Living on the Mountain in My Town, and I Don't Know What It Is. What a good title. You guys give me like the best titles sometimes, I swear. Soul, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you so much, and I will ask for your story when we get to you in just a few more people. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate your subscription. We are going to do... Where's my cute favorite little corgi butts? You know I want to do some corgi butts. I just love them so much. Yes, thank you so much, Soul Council. Hi. Hello, Mama Kay. Mama Kai. I need to go do laundry in the basement, but I'm too freaked out. Oh, I hear that. Okay, here we go. There is something living on the mountain in my town, and I don't know what it is. Ooh. Hi. Not sure if this will ever be read, but I love your content and your stories, and I hope that you do. I am reading it. Look at that. Oh, the hedgehog? Okay, we'll do the hedgehog next. Hedgehog will be next. We'll do the corgis and then the hedgehogs. For context, my best friend Kay and I live in a fairly small town where there's not too much to do besides drive around or go on our local mountain. Our town is, where do you live? I'm wondering where exactly you live. Our town is practically built into it. And it's not, thank you for the corgi butt, Caroline, I love it. Sorry. Our town is practically built into it, and it's not a super impressive mountain. It has 3 main switches. No, wait. It has 3 main switchbacks to drive. What is a switchback? Wyoming. Okay, we're in Wyoming. What is a switchback? I like to understand the story so we can get more into the story. There's nothing to do in Wyoming but hang out by the mountain. It's an S curve. Okay. Super sharp curves. S-shaped road up mountain. Okay, cool. Okay, so it's not really an impressive mountain, but the town is practically built into the mountain. It has 3 main switchbacks to drive. Then you wind around deeper into the peaks, and then there's one final switchback. This is kind of important. During the time of the story, me and Kay, now both 21, were around 16. We would frequent the mountain, especially at night, because it had very good stargazing spots. I had a pretty crappy car at the time that could make it up the mountain, so we would usually take her car. Oh, that couldn't make it up the mountain. On this night that we wanted to go, her car was nearly out of gas and my parents were out of town, so I asked my dad if we could use his car. He agreed, and at the time he drove a small 2-door Mini Cooper. The thing was like sitting in a fishbowl. It had very good lights and very good clarity. This is important for later. Anyways, we started our 20-minute drive to the mountain. Everything was going great during the initial switchbacks of the road and the little windy bits. We're talking, listening to music, and having a good time. Now minis are very zippy, and like a teen, I was speeding. Don't speed, kids. They literally wrote that in caps. We got around the last switchback perfectly fine, but the road curves right as you're rounding the hill. As we're rounding the corner, we both see something in the road and scream, and I slam on the brakes. It's a very large creature on all 4s, easily 4 to 5 feet at the back, that seems to have only arms because the legs only bent backwards like elbows do when humans are down on all 4s. Oh my God. Its spine curved down unnaturally and its eyes reflected red, only for it to morph down into a black dog. Parts cohesive with the dog, eyes reflecting yellow/green like a dog, and runs off into the trees. Kay and I looked at each other, still stopped in the road, and asked each other, what the fuck? I huffed a couple of breaths and kept driving, music turned down and neither of us talking. I only drove to the point where I could turn around and we hauled ass off the mountain and we were terrified to go after that. Oh my God. What? What was that? Do you think it was a flesh pedestrian, guys? It turned into a dog? We're voting. We're voting if you like the story. Happy face for yes, sad face for no. Ooh, that was creepy. Hold on. What's that? Oh, okay. Stuart. It was Stuart. I love that we're calling it a Stuart. You changing? Oh, you're putting on your raid shirt? Uh-huh. You're so cute. All right, we're voting. We liked that story. Let's keep this one in here. Next person we have is new subscriber Jody. Do you have a story, new subscriber Jody? If you do, please let me know your name, email address, when you sent it, or what it's about so I can find it in my inbox. It was just Tony. Thank you, Allie, for the corgi. Somebody said Tony. Wyoming is wild. Apparently Wyoming's boring. You can just hang out at the mountain. How did you get into this series and how did you get the idea? Don't say the word! How did I get into this series? I am, my TikTok was like about spiritual stuff and that kind of thing. And I'm into all this kind of stuff. And one day I was just myself reading Glitch in the Matrix stories online and I liked them. And I was like, let me share these on TikTok. And I did. I shared some I found online. You guys loved it. I shared some more I found online. You guys loved it so much you started sending me your own stories. And then I started saying, hey, yeah, you can send me your stories if you want. And now I literally have thousands of stories. Ghost Girl. Is it Ghost Girl outside my friend's house? Is that one it? Just want to make sure it's right. Hi. It could invite it to you. Don't say it. Say flesh pedestrian, say Stuart. Other people are fine saying it, but I don't like to say it. Hey, Katie Joe. Welcome back. Welcome back. Aw, thank you, Kels. It's just labeled Ghost Girl. It starts with J Strick. Okay. There's a lot of Ghost Girls. Oh, it says that we read this one already. Were you here when we read it? Hey, Baba. It says we read it on live already and that we liked it. If you weren't here when we read it, I'll read it again for you. Never whistle when you're outside? So don't do the Negan whistle? Because the Negan whistle freaks me out. Just in general. Hello, Lady T. What's going on? I wasn't here. Okay, I'll read it again. Okay, it's not that long. Ready? Ghost Girl. Here we go. Well, Kitty, why'd you come in here if you want to leave already? So silly. So silly. Hey, hi. This story is kind of crazy, but 2 years ago, almost, my husband, sister-in-law, and her kids and myself lived out in the middle of nowhere. The house was said to be built by an old man who was hateful and rude to everyone. We didn't know anything else except he had passed away there. One night, I had the most realistic dream I've ever had. It started off by me waking up looking to see this little girl in a long white dress, no face, with long black hair. She was just staring at me. I closed my eyes, pulled my blanket over my face, and sat there for what felt like 10 minutes. I feel like I just read this. When I pulled my blanket off my head, she was standing beside me and said, we did read this the other night, I'm going to show you how I went, and began strangling me. I woke up to my husband shaking me and asking me if I was all right because I was making a noise as if someone was choking me to death. I looked around and was still in shock and fear. The next morning when I went to the kitchen, I began telling my sister-in-law about it. She stopped me before I even told her what she looked like, and she said, I had a dream about a little girl in a white dress with no face clawing at my window, but I swear it didn't feel like a dream. Yes, we read this yesterday, right? Was it yesterday? Yes. Ooh, well, we remember it, but we'll vote on it again for Jody because she's here now. She's here now. And by the way, that's really fucking creepy, Jody. Do you want to come out of the room, you silly goose? All right. All right. Hold on. Let me let this little goose. Let me let this goose out of the room. Come on. Come on. Go ahead, Judy. Go ahead. Ba, ba, ba. The name is not Goose. I just say Goose when I mean like silly goose. I say Goose. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Okay, new subscriber Jennifer. Do you have a story? After new subscriber Jennifer is the 300K, and then is new subscriber Soul. I did get a new chair. Yes, and I love this chair because it is wide, so I can sit crisscross applesauce, and it has no arms, so I can easily sit crisscross applesauce, and it's way more comfortable. Hello, Jennifer. Please let me know your name, email address, when you sent it, or what it's about, so I can find it in my inbox. Thank you so much, Chick Mom. Dun, dun, dun. Do, 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 do. It's just under Jen's story. Okay. Jen's story. Is it the one that says Jen, last name's story, sorry it's long? Was this it? Do 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 do. Last name starts with an N. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Here we go, Jennifer. Here we go. And my friends, we are still looking for corgi butts for the gift goal. Okay. Hey, Pure. Mwah, I love you. Sending brave vibes. Okay. My story. So I was contemplating on if I should share my story, and after hearing all of yours, I figured I may as well. So growing up, I was the youngest and my mom's little shadow. I had legit separation anxiety growing up. My mom was my everything, and I was hers until my nieces and my daughter came into this world. My daughter was named after my mom. Hannelore, is that right? Hannelore was my mom's middle name, and now my daughter Sophia's. They sure had special connection. Once she retired, she packed up and moved closer to us. We were so beyond excited to have Grandma close. She moved, we got her all nice and settled. Exactly 1 week to the day, I had one of the worst phone calls of my life. 4 a.m., my mom's partner calling hysterically. My sister was already at my front door to pick me up and rush me to my mom's place, and we were too late. Mom was gone. I'm so sorry. All I can remember was falling to the ground screaming for my mom. My heart broke into a million pieces that day. That day was also my daughter's second birthday. Oh my God. July 9th will never be the same. Oh my goodness. I was completely broken. I've never felt so alone. We had a family friend and medicine man come brush us off. And in that moment, he told me that my mom spoke to him in spirit and said it had to be that day, my daughter's birthday, because she knew I could never give up because it being my daughter's birthday. I would always be occupied and busy celebrating my daughter's birthday, and it couldn't be a sad day. Also in the reading, he said that my mom wanted me to wear the heart-shaped necklace that she had bought for me many years back. At the time, I had no idea what he was talking about, but thought that this guy was just telling me what I wanted to hear and moved on. I struggled constantly, never being able to sleep, and all I wanted since the day she died was to see her in my dreams. It never happened, and I fell into a deep depression. Then weeks later, one day, decided to do some organizing of my bathroom closet and came across my old ballerina jewelry box. Open it, and there it was, the damn heart necklace. I put it on that very night. My mama finally came into my dream. It was the best dream ever, and to this day, I've never taken that necklace off. This was almost 10 years ago. She's with me everywhere when I have it. She's with me everywhere when I have it on. I feel that she needed me to find that necklace so that she can be with me anywhere and everywhere. Miss her every day, but know that she is watching over my daughter and I every single day. Oh, I'm so glad you found that necklace. That was a very sweet story. I'm very sorry for your loss, but I'm very happy you found that necklace. That was very nice. Thank you so much for sharing your story. We are voting happy face that you liked it, sad face if you didn't. If you didn't like it, you're a monster. Just want to put that out there. But thank you so much, Nikki. Thank you for the corgi butts. Corgi butt. Corgi butt. That was very sweet. And we're saving it. Beautiful, beautiful. When this poll is done, our next story is going to be the 300K. And then after that, we're going to do new subscriber soul. And then we'll go back to random stories until we hit the next 100K likes, and then I'll pick somebody from the comments. Or if somebody else subscribes, obviously. Yes, you were meant to find the necklace that day. Yes. Agreed. Water. Hello, Shakira. Kids are being brats. That's what kids do. They be brats. Wow, we've been on for almost 2 hours. How do I choose stories? I choose stories randomly. We are way behind compared to you live. Oh, like the chat is way behind? Yes, this has a pH of 9.5. Doesn't seem off for me. My live is fine. Okay. I'm sorry. I pick random stories. If somebody subscribes, if they become a live subscriber, they get their story read right now. That's part of the subscriber benefits. And every 100,000 likes, we pick somebody randomly from the comments and read their story specifically. You're good here. Mine is good. Looks fine to me. Okay. All right. So I'm going to turn my head. And if you have a story that you sent that you would like me to potentially read right now, please start typing anything in the comments. This is the only time you are allowed to spam the comments. You can type anything you want, a letter, an emoji, a word, and I'll turn around and randomly pick somebody and read their stories specifically. Oh, I'm excited. We got some new people in Discord. If anybody wants to join the Discord, you can get it by going to TessicaVision.com or the link in my bio. There's like the socials at the top, and there's the little controller alien guy, and that is it. Ba-ba-ba-ba. And we're picking Shoe Knot. Shoe Knot, congratulations! Come on down. Please let me know your name, email address, when you sent your story, or what it's about so that I can find it in my comments. And Ali Sosa, thank you for the corgi butt. I appreciate you. Da, da, da. Shoe Knot. I'm staying hydrated, guys. We are staying hydrated. Shoe knot, shoe knot, shoe knots. Sending. Oh, you didn't send it yet. You haven't sent your story yet. Okay, so I'm going to move on then to new subscriber Soul. And then when you send your story, just let us know. Let us know in chat. New subscriber Soul. Do you have a story that you would like me to read? And if you do, please let me know your name, email address, when you sent it, or what it's about, and I will find it in my inbox. Oh, you just sent it right now. Well, we'll get that information anyway for the next time. Are you Melissa? Shoe Knot? Josie Cat 68. Okay. Thank you, Soul. Shoe Knot, are you Melissa? Yes. Okay. All right. We're going to read this one and then we'll read Soul's. Here we go. Ooh, Possible Shadow Man. Oh, Possible Shadow Man. Hi, Jess. Hi. I appreciate you and your stories and love listening to your lives. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you so much for watching and listening. I appreciate it. Miss Casey is hiding from the Shadow Man. Okay. So a few years ago, my husband and I had moved into a rental home that was in the family from the start. That was in the family. Boop. Should be a period. And from the start, I had a negative feeling, but kept trying to brush it off. The feelings hit the most anytime I went upstairs and there was an entire room I couldn't stomach being in and had to leave the door shut at all times. Oh my God. I had later found out my cousin had played the Ouija board in that room, so I'm not sure what he did, but it was not good. A few crazy things happened in that house, but the worst were the 2 separate times that I saw what I can only describe as Shadow Man. The first time I woke up and sat up immediately, felt terrified, and felt something was standing in my doorway, but couldn't see anything because of how dark it was. I'm not one to cry, but the fear I felt made me cry, and I was too afraid to look away until the feeling finally stopped. The second time I was woken up, it was on my husband's side of the bed, and there was Shadow Man. And then, I don't know if it was in my head, I heard the voice or out loud, but a male voice that I had never heard before said, "You have a terrible watchdog." And then the Shadow Man and the voice were gone, and I couldn't help but sit there and cry again as my husband and my dog laid peacefully asleep. We moved out of that house not long after, and I saged our new home and all my belongings before I moved them inside of our home. Good idea to cleanse everything. Thank you for reading my story. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're voting. Did you like that? Happy face for yes, sad face for no. You can vote by clicking down there. the shadow man. It's so weird how some people, there must be multiple. Oh, this wasn't the hat man. This was just a shadow man. This one didn't have a hat, right? There was no hat on this one. Thank you for sharing that. Hey there, Flossom. How does it work? I just subscribed to the TikTok channel. You followed my TikTok channel? Thank you for following me. Okay. Keeping it. Now we are getting new subscriber souls. Josie Cat, 68. All right. I found you. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Soul, these are long. There's 4. Okay. 4 stories. Force/Yeti/puppet/gift from beyond. Oh my God. I'm addicted to your videos and lives. I love the stories you share. I have a few weird things that happened to me. Here are 4 of them that I'd like to share. The first is shorter, but the others are longer. Thank you for being you. Oh, thank you for being you. I love you. 400K. Okay, after we read these stories, we will go and choose the 400K from the studio audience. I really like to say that. I don't know why. Listening to your lives has become part of my evening routine. I love it. Oh my God. Okay, are you guys ready? Hold on. I want to get in crisscross position. And then we have to This is why I can't submit any stories. I have too many. Oh my goodness. Okay. When you leave the live by accident, that's okay. Bum, bum. Tonight's live studio audience. Here we go. The first, thank you, Sarah, for the corgi butt. Yes, we are trying to get corgi butts. I love you too. Someone asked what spamming the comments means. It means when you just keep writing the same thing over and over again. So when people are like, please read my story, read my story. That's spamming the comments. Okay. Yes, Mama. Yes, he does. You've seen the Hat Man, I guess. My voice is putting your daughter to sleep. Lullaby and good night. Do 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 do. Okay. Sorry, guys. I get distracted by the chat because I just want to hang out and chat with you guys. I have FOMO that I'm missing things in the chat. All right, the first one is called Meditative Force. My father died when I was 15. I'm so sorry. And a few years later, I had a spiritual awakening. I took a few classes on connecting with spirits, angels, your intuition, stuff like that. I wasn't a frequent meditator, but decided to give it a try by myself one night. At the time, I lived in the basement of my mom's house. She lived upstairs on the opposite side of the house. I laid on my bed and started to relax into a meditative state. I had been meditating about 10 minutes, maybe, when I asked for my spirit guides or angels to give me a sign if they were there. I immediately felt something all over my entire body. My mom was upstairs asleep, and if she had come into my room, I would have been able to hear her walk down the hall upstairs and come down the stairs into my room. It wasn't her. I felt a strong force similar to when someone firmly grabs your arm, except that force surrounded me. I felt pressure all around me throughout every inch of my body, even below me where I was lying on the mattress. I was frozen. I couldn't move or speak or open my eyes for several moments. I didn't know what to do other than chanting over and over in my head, Jesus is Lord, Jesus is Lord. I am not a very religious person. I'm not religious either. Just want to put that out there. I am not a very religious person and did not grow up in a strictly religious family, but I had no idea what to do. This was the one and only time in my life that I've chanted that. Since this happened, I have spoken with a few mediums about my experience. One told me that That had been my father visiting me. It was possible it was my dad, but whatever it was, I was terrified. The entire ordeal lasted about a minute or two, I guess, but that seemed like forever while having some strong, unexplained pressure surrounding me. After this happened, I was too afraid to meditate again for years. I finally started it back a couple of years ago once I learned how to set protections for meditating. That is crazy. Next one, I don't want to read. I don't want to read this one. It's called The Puppet. Would you be scared of family? So you could be. I'm going to read it. But I'm going to fucking hate it. Because it's going to scare me a lot. Can you be scared of family? Yes, you can be scared of family. And if you're scared, it doesn't mean all the time that it is a bad entity or something. You could just be scared of the experience. You could just be scared. It could be making you feel scared to have the experience. Read it. Wait, I'm not sure. Thank you, Taylor. Corgi butts. We need 4 more corgi butts. I don't know if I'm going to love it. Oh my God. Like, for example, my aunt, this is the example I want to give really quick before I read this. My aunt, her husband passed away, and she told me that, like, he was in hospital when he passed away when she was home, but she knew he passed away because she literally heard him say her name, like he was right in the room with her. And she was terrified just because the experience scared her. So she said, please, you're scaring me. Please go away. And then he went away because your words are powerful. But yes, you can be scared of the experience. Yes, it doesn't mean that that's a bad entity all the time. If there's ever a clown story, I'm out. What's wrong with puppets? They're scary. Oh my God, don't talk about goosebumps. Slappy. Ooh, that happened to my mom when her sister died. That's crazy. Okay, we're reading the fucking puppet story. Are you ready? We're reading that damn puppet story, okay? You're the best. When I was a little girl growing up in the 70s, my parents were big partiers. They would often have friends in from out of town too, who would sometimes sleep in my bedroom and I would sleep in my parents' bedroom. When they had parties, most of the partygoers would stay in the basement. The basement had windows and a door to a deck that was on the front of the house. It was a great entertaining spot. When we would have company that stayed overnight, I would go to bed long before the party was over. I could never fall asleep quickly or easily and had serious case of FOMO when the adults were having so much fun downstairs. Because I was still so young, my parents would always leave the hall light on for me. Our rooms were right across the hall from one another, at the end of the hallway with their doors facing. In the middle of our facing doors was a linen closet. Sleeping in my parents' room was always a treat for me, even with my FOMO. That was until I started to have a regular visitor. One night, while I was trying to fall asleep in my parents' bed, staring out in the hallway that was lit up, I saw something peek around the edge of the door frame from the same side as the linen closet outside. It took me a moment to focus on it or even realize what I was looking at, but there in the upper part of the door opening, hugging the door frame, was a puppet waving at me. The puppet reminded me of the puppets on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood Show. The puppet waved at me several times before finally going away. I think I peed my pants. I don't blame you. I lay there for what seemed like hours, waiting for my parents. I was too afraid to move. I was definitely too afraid to run out of the room to get my parents because I would have had to pass into the hallway right by where I had seen the puppet. I'm not sure how old I was when this first started, but I saw the puppet many times, all under the same circumstances. My parents were downstairs with company, and I was supposed to be asleep upstairs. Then here, the puppet would come to visit. It was always stay for a little while, waving with its one arm that moved like it had a finger in it, while seemingly the other arm was hanging onto the side of the doorframe. The puppet would always appear in the same spot about a foot from the top of the door. I hate this right now. I hate it so much. The space between my parents' door and the linen closet was about 4 inches and not really deep enough for an adult to have fully hidden their body on the outside anyway. It was not being operated by a human, though. There was never any other human upstairs when I saw the puppet. I was a very curious child and never found any random puppets in my house. I was an only child. The visitations went on over the course of a few years and maybe happened 2 to 3 times per year, depending on when we would have out-of-town guests. I imagine they started when I was about 4. When I was about 7 or 8, I finally worked up the courage or gumption or sheer stubbornness to confront the puppet. I have no idea how I was so brave, but when it appeared this time, I slid out of bed. As soon as I took my eyes off of it to get out of bed, it disappeared. I was shaking, but I walked to the doorway and out into the lit hallway. I stood there facing the corner of the end of the hallway, hands on my hips, wearing my footy pajamas, and I said out loud, "Stay away, don't come back." I looked up to the ceiling and down to the floor, somehow expecting to find the open portal where he entered. There were no indications at all of where he had entered or left. This was the last time I ever saw the puppet. I often wonder if it was my parental grandfather visiting me in a way that I was comfortable, since I had seen similar puppets on TV. My grandfather died about 15 years before I was born. Oh my God. It ended up being scary. This is the first time I'm scared at one of these stories. I know it was really scary. See, but your words are powerful. Please remember that, everyone. Your words are powerful. Okay. The next one. She has 2 more. Oh my God, I hated that one. I hated it. I hated it. Okay. My reactions are so genuine because I'm genuinely fucking scared. Wait a second. Only higher dimensional beings of love and light are allowed in this house. No puppets are allowed in this house. Oh my God. All right. Hold on. Next one. I didn't do the vote yet because this is all the same person's stories and I'm trying to get through them and we can vote on all of them. Okay. I love it. I never did a chance in your lives, only your posts, and you never seem fearful. In my posts, I get scared sometimes, but in my posts also, I've already read it and then I'm reading it again when I'm posting it, so I'm not as scared. But like right now, I'm legitimately reading stuff for the first time and I was really scared. Okay. I said only higher dimensional beings of love and light are allowed in this house. What's in my spray? This is a smudge spray. This is lavender and sage. It has purified water, witch hazel, lavender, sage, cedar, pure essential oils, quartz crystals, and love. It's by Juniper Mist. No, I'm not affiliated with them. I should be because I talk about them all the time. It's my favorite one. It's on my Amazon storefront in the link in my bio or TessicaVision.com if you want to check it out. So many people have bought it. It smells very good. I use it all the time. We actually use it. I have one in my daughter's room too. And every night since she was, I can't even remember how long, every night we spray it and we say happy dreams and happy thoughts. And we say that every night. We can't skip it. Fixing to buy that. Go for it. Okay. Oh, love you too, Veronica. But mine last week and used it to sage incense so much better. I'm so glad. I'm glad you liked it. I'm going to do that tradition when I have kids. It just kind of happened because, first, before I had the spray, she was scared and I used to use fairy dust, which was only been able to see by me. It was invisible, but I would take the jar out and we would sprinkle fairy dust everywhere and that would, whatever. And then I started using the spray and saying happy dreams and happy thoughts, and she loves it. Okay, she's 9 now. She still wants to do it. The Alabama white thing. What is this? Okay. I met my boyfriend while he was working in Alabama but lived in Florida. The first year of our relationship was long distance. After that, we were together most of the time, but would travel a lot back and forth between our homes. Around 2000, we were heading from Florida to Alabama, traveling in the southern part of the state, heading through Montgomery. The state had just finished a new road that led to the interstate, and my boyfriend had read that it was faster during light traffic times. Because our drive was usually more than 10 hours, it was very late when we were rolling through Montgomery, so we knew that there would be no traffic. It was about 3 a.m. The new roadway that had just been opened was on the outskirts of the city in a relatively unpopulated area. In the 2+ decades since the road was opened, the city has grown up around it quite a bit, but back then, this route was out in the boonies. Our trip through the city was uneventful. As we headed to the outskirts, it was dark and late. We were quiet, but both still awake and trying extra hard to be super alert since we were tired. We were nearing the interstate as we made one of the last turns on the new route. We took a right and something caught my eye. Before I could suck in the breath to tell my boyfriend to stop because something was in the middle of the road, he was already slamming on the brakes. The car came to a sudden stop about 5 to 7 feet before making contact with the road hazard. We were both tired, confused, and trying to make sense of what we saw. Neither of us said a word throughout this entire experience. There in front of the car lay something furry, white, and huge, blocking the lane. No sooner were we both silently trying to figure out what it was laying across the lane, whatever it was stood up on all fours. When it stood up, it rose to about the roof. Even though we were a few feet away, we were looking up into its eyes above the hood of the car. The thing looked us in the eyes. It was above the headlights and definitely close enough to look right into our faces. What was standing was tall, with fur about 6 to 8 inches long all over. It almost looked like an Afghan, but it was bigger than any dog I had ever seen. It was as tall as a polar bear on all fours, but it was not that big, around, or fat. As it stood up, I could tell that there was something else on the side of the road beside my side of the car. Whatever was standing on the side of the road had its hands on its hips and seemed to be pleading with the creature in front of us to get out of the road. The thing beside my door was dark, like brown or black, and not white like the thing that was directly in front of us. It was also on 2 feet and not 4. About that time, the white creature started sauntering slowly away in the direction he was facing, which was toward the side of the road with the other creature. As soon as the white thing cleared the front of the car, my boyfriend floored the gas and burned rubber as fast as he could. About 5 minutes passed before I finally had the guts to ask if he had seen the white thing. We shared our stories, confirming that we had both seen the same thing. We never took that road again through Montgomery. I've also Googled many times trying to see if I can find anyone else who has seen the white thing. There are stories of the Alabama white thing, which supposedly resembles a Yeti, but none of those sightings have ever been in South Alabama. Oh my God. Did you see a werewolf? Did you see 100% werewolf? Ooh. Oh my goodness. You gonna research it? Research it. All right, there's one more from this person, and then we're gonna pick the 400K. 400K. And we're looking for 4 more corgi butts. Reminds me of Rebobs. Okay, here we go. This is the last one. Jerry. Thank you, Katie Joe. Gifts from Beyond. My mom passed away in July of 2021. She had been in hospice for a couple of months before she passed. I'm so sorry. I loved everyone with the hospice agency except the home health aide. She was the one who had the most contact with my mom, but since I loved everyone else, I delayed making a change to a new agency. The day I made the transition, the new agency did not come to check on my mom in like they were supposed to. It was a Friday, and they assumed they could just check on her the following Monday. Unfortunately, my mom died on Saturday. When she passed away, because she was without hospice agency, we had to call the police, medics, coroner, etc. There must have been 20 first responders come through my mom's room within a 5-minute span as if they'd never seen a dead body before. I didn't realize at first that the protocol in such a situation was to conduct a death investigation. The policeman who came asked me question after question, but as soon as I could excuse myself each time, I would go into my room, close the door, and try to make calls to let my family know that she had passed away. The cop kept coming back, knocking on my door and asking more questions about my mom, her health, her medications, and so forth. We had prearranged my mom's funeral, so the funeral home came within a half an hour of our initial call to take the body. When they arrived, the cop asked me if I wanted to see my mom and say goodbye. I did not. She wouldn't have wanted me to see her that way, and I didn't want to remember her that way either. The cop asked me several times, and it was at that point that I realized that he was conducting a death investigation and that I was the prime suspect. I didn't feel like I had a choice but to go into my mom's room and say my last goodbyes, lest I be suspected of speeding up her process. I went into her room, pulling up my sitting stool, and sat down beside her bed. She just looked like she was sleeping. I touched her hand. It still felt the same. She didn't look gone. She just looked asleep. I talked to her for a bit, but then I decided I wanted a lock of her hair. I had a funny conversation in my head with her and told her I would get it from the back so it wouldn't be noticeable to everyone that she would meet on the other side. Then I got up, grabbed her scissors, and pulled a piece of her hair from the back of her head to cut. I figured I had been in there long enough for me to stand and hopefully long enough to convince a cop I wasn't guilty. But before I had gone into the room, the cop had asked me to sign some papers for the funeral home. After I had spent my few minutes in there, as soon as I opened the door, he mentioned the papers again. They need me to sign them in order to take her. I couldn't say I needed a minute, but I motioned with tears flowing down my face that I would be back and walked to my room, shutting the door behind me. I had the lock of her hair in my hand and wanted to find a rubber band to tie it together. Her hair was very fine and hairs were falling out of my hand. I held onto every strand as best I could while I looked with the other hand for a rubber band. I looked in the dish on my dresser. I looked in a drawer on my chest. I looked in the drawer on my nightstand. I was frantically looking everywhere for a rubber band and couldn't find one anywhere. A few minutes passed before my boyfriend walked in and asked if I needed anything. I could barely get the words out of my mouth because all of a sudden, because of all the snot and tears flowing down. I was finally able to find the tiny rubber band used by my groomer for my small dog's bows. It was so tiny I couldn't get my fingers in it to get it around my mom's hair. When my boyfriend came in, I motioned what I needed, and he somehow was able to get his big fingers into the rubber band and help me get it around my mom's locks. The whole ordeal was tragically emotional, and I was a total mess by the time I went back into the hallway to talk to the cop again and sign the paperwork. She was gone in under an hour from the time we made that first call, but it seemed like hours. I was okay most of the rest of the day and relatively okay the next day on Sunday. There were tears, but I was relieved my mom was out of pain. She had endured so much pain long before she ever went into hospice care at home. The next day, Monday, I was a total wreck. I woke up and immediately started crying. I got up and peed and then crawled right back into bed and pulled the covers over my head. I laid there and cried for an hour or two until I couldn't lay there anymore because someone was bringing me food and I had to get out of bed to greet them. This was my worst moment of grief, the one where I couldn't see how I was going to get through the grief, the one where I was heaving, crying, that kind of cry where you can suck in air but not catch your breath. I finally rolled out of bed facing the wall. I turned around to look back at where I had been laying. There on my pillow, right where my head had been, was a rubber band. It wasn't jumbled like it had been there when my head was there. It was laying there as if someone had just placed it there. I felt with every fiber of my being that it had been placed there by her. She was telling me that she was still there for me, she still had my back, and she still loved me. For months after she passed away, I would find rubber bands in the most odd places, but always at the exact moments I needed to feel her love the most. What a nice story. And I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry. I can see a lot of people in the studio audience can relate to your feelings in this story. We're voting if we like that. Happy face for yes, sad face for no. If we liked all the stories, that was for all those 4 stories. They were all from new subscribers. Soul, thank you so much for sharing. I feel like I've been telling your stories for 30 minutes, which I might have been. But they were all really good and very well written, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much for sharing. Corgi Butt, thank you, Nikki. Thank you. You're welcome, Soul. I normally wouldn't do that. I do read people's stories if they're like a lot of them in short. These are pretty long, but they were really good, so I appreciate you sending them. And I'm glad that I did read them all. After this poll ends in a few seconds, Tiny crown. I see a tiny crown. We are going to choose the 400K person. That's next. So I am going to turn my head. And if you sent in a story that you would like me to potentially read right now, you can start typing in the comments. You can type a letter, an emoji, a word, whatever you'd like to type. This is the only time you are allowed to spam the comments. So have fun. And I'll turn it around and pick somebody randomly. And we'll see what we get. We'll see what we get. Melissa Bell. Melissa Bell, come on down. Congratulations. Please let me know either your name, email address, what your story is about, or when you sent it so that I can find you in my inbox. So hard to resist. I have no story, Ash. Never say never. Mel and Bell at Outlook. Thank you for Tiny Dinies, Meg. Is this Freddie? This is Freddie, right? I just want to make sure it's right. Thank you, Allie, for the congy bun. We got it. It's Freddie. Okay. I've been drinking a lot of water and I have to pee. So I'm just going to run to the bathroom really quick. Talk amongst yourselves. And when we get back, we're going to read Freddie. Talk amongst yourselves. A mailbox is neither a mail or a box. Discuss. Actually, it's kind of a box, but I couldn't think of anything else. Okay. I love you. Hold on. All right. And we're back. Did anybody get my reference that I just said before I left, by the way? Just wondering. Thank you. Ooh, your first gift, Daniela. Thank you so much. Oh, and it's the last corgi. I pee really fast in my bathroom. I have a bathroom right here. You did? Thank you if you got my reference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are going to coffee talk. I'm feeling verklempt. All right, we are going to reset the gift goal. Oh, someone said hedgehogs. We'll do a couple of hedgehogs. Where are those little beauties? The hedgehogs were wanted. Who doesn't love a hedgehog? Wait, no. Oh, here he is. Henry the Hedgehog. Oh! We'll just do 3 little Henry the Hedgehogs. Little cute little guys. Yes, SNL. Woo woo. Long Island Saturday Night Fever vibes. Coffee talk. Oh, thank you, Yvette. Thank you, Nikki. Oh my God, it's so cute. Okay. Here we go. Freddie. Guys, we're like super close to the 500,000 goal. The hedgehog is really cute. I do really like it. Okay. Ba, 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 boo, 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 boo. Freddie. Before I begin, I was the alien abduction that you've read about in the past who receives downloads, and people wanted to hear about my mother. She was a very toxic person and didn't like people talking about her. So whenever I would bring up the abduction story, she would always pretend it didn't happen, that I'd made it up. But we did have a conversation about the incident the week after it happened. A year after I was abducted, I was shown a dream of being in a dark room with hoses feeding me, and I was frozen on the table. All I could hear were murmurs and clinking of tools. I couldn't see anything other than being in a sterile room. What the fuck? Freddie's story. In the early 90s, my family had to wait for our home to finish being built. We rented a military rental home for 3 years. Parents took turns working internationally while the house was being built. I was always talking in my room. I was about 4, and I would always talk about a Freddie who would talk about the boat that he would go to work in and his fancy new uniform that he was wearing. I also noticed that Freddie would turn back into a shadow of a man on my door when he was finished with our chats every night. My parents being in the military, I figured that I'd heard the lingo and just made the imaginary friend up. I wish it had been in any other name because it sounds like something straight out of A Nightmare on Elm Street. But I can assure you my Freddie didn't look like Krueger. I didn't even think of that, honestly. Anyways, years later in our new home, my mother came home deathly pale one day with papers. She showed my father that people from our old rental had documents of who used to live in the home. She had asked the owners if there was ever a Freddie living there. Lo and behold, a Frederick someone, I forgot his last name, used to own the place in the 70s and wanted to settle down with his fiance, but her parents had said no, and sadly, Freddie took his life in my room. Mom found out that the other people heard noises from that room over the years, but they didn't, except me, because it had been my room. Apparently, the house is now owned by forever people, and they don't like the room very much, but Freddie was always very nice to me. Just very sad. Oh my goodness, Freddie. Ooh. All right, we're voting. Did you like that? Happy face for yes and sad face for no. They should be down here. You just click on the one that you liked. Thank you for sharing that. Ooh. Well, tarnation. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. We just did the oh, now we got to do the 500K. Perfect. Ooh, Freddie. Ah! I liked it. I liked it. Thank you, Yvette, for all of the tiny dinies. You know I love those tiny dinies. Camille, thank you so much for subscribing. Katie Jo, thank you for the hedgehog. Camille, I will get to your story after we do the 500K story. If you have one, thank you so much. I appreciate you. How do you send stories? You can either click on the link in my bio or you can go to TessicaVision.com and it's like a link tree situation and one of them says submit your weird stories, or you can send them to glitches.tessicavision@gmail.com. Where am I? I'm on Long Island and it's 10:23. We're going to reset this gift goal and then we are going to pick the 500K. Forever people means like people that bought the house and now they live in it, not just renting it. That's what forever people means. Thank you for the tiny diny soul. All right. We did the hedgehogs. Now what do we do? Now let's do... We did those. We did that. Ooh, the perfects. We like the perfects. We'll put some of those up. Okay. Okay, friends. We're going to pick the 500K, so I'm going to turn my head. And if you have a story that you sent that you would like me to potentially read right now, please start typing anything you like in the chat. A letter, an emoji, a word, doesn't matter, whatever you like, and then I will turn around and pick someone at random and read their story specifically. We do this at every 100,000 likes, so make sure you are tapping the screen. The other way to get your story read right now definitely is to subscribe. You can also just subscribe if you want to support. You don't have to have a story. And just a reminder to come join the Discord if you want. We have some more people I see new in the Discord. Welcome, welcome. The Discord link is the link in my bio or TessicaVision.com. You'll see it at the top there when you click on the link with all the socials. Okay, here we go. Whee! Whoa, holy smokes. Taylor Art. Congratulations. Come on down. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Look. Please let me know your name, your email address, when you sent your story, or what it's about so I can find it in my inbox. Congratulations. Thank you, Nikki. Perfect. Perfect. You guys are awesome. EGRD, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. I'll ask you for your story when we get to you in just a few more stories. I appreciate it so much. Never say never. We're just going to see. Shanty, if you are, I'm calling you Shanty. I don't know if that's right, but I'm calling you Shanty. It should say Shan Taylor Art. Okay, let's see. Is it like one word? Got you. Okay, we found you. Here we go. How many subscribers do I have? Allie with the galaxy. Thank you. I have 220 subscribers, and our subscriber goal today was 222. Allie. Oh, thank you so much. That was beautiful. We only need 2 more subscribers to hit the goal today. It was gorgeous. Allie's so good to me. Everyone is like, Allie. It was so pretty. You missed a couple of hours worth. I've been on for about 2.5 hours. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here we go. Shan. Here we go, Shan. Oh, you didn't get to see it. I'm sorry. It was really pretty. First, I love your page. My roommate and I are obsessed. Thank you. I love that you love it. Yes, we do have spider crickets on Long Island. Yep. I mean, I don't personally have spider crickets in my apartment complex, but I used to have them in my house when I had a house. I think those spider crickets are so cool. They look really cool. Ba, ba, ba. The total of subscribers. Yes, I have 220 subscribers right now. You live in New York. Hello. Okay, Shan. Okay, so this one is creepy. I used to live in a small college town in Texas, so there are trees and woods everywhere. My roommate at the time told me about SW. I don't say the word, so if you know, you know. She's talking about flesh pedestrians or stewards for the people in this room, not sex workers. I whistle a lot randomly, and she told me I should never do it at night because it'll bring the SW to you. So I'm like, okay, noted, don't whistle. Fast forward, maybe like 2 nights later, I was walking my dog in the apartment, and his favorite spot to potty was at the back gate near a wooded area. I'm standing there letting him do his business, and all of a sudden I hear whistling, like to the tune of a song. I tried my best not to react, and I hightailed my ass back in the house. I didn't even look back to see if I saw anything. It creeped me out so bad I don't even whistle anymore and don't walk my dog at night alone. Oh my goodness. Thank goodness. Wait, I resent that? What do you mean you resent it? What'd you resend? Oh, hold on. Let me just block this person who's being a dick. Bye, Kate. Okay. Katie Joe, thank you. My last name. Her last name is Stewart. Okay. Wait, but why were you yelling Stewart? I'm confused. I'm confused. I don't know what that means. Doesn't appreciate. I never even... Resent. Resent. I'm saying resent. Like you resent an email. Oh my God, I'm such a fucking idiot. Anyway, I'm so sorry. That was creepy. I'm so glad you didn't whistle back. And I definitely wouldn't walk my dog at night anymore either. But, oh, because you call them Stewarts. Oh my God. Wow. We're voting. Did you like that? Happy face for yes, sad face for no. You can do down there. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, Sheena. I am a dummy. I'm not a dummy, really. Just my brain is everywhere. So I got it. Okay. All right. Thank you for sharing that, Chanteller. Thank you. I liked it. We liked it. Okay. Next up, we have new subscriber Camille. New subscriber Camille, if you have a story, please let me know either your name, email address, when you sent it, or what it's about so I can find it. I'm dyslexic. I feel you. My initials are SW. I don't like it. Should be recent. Is it under Camille? Oh, it's right here. Glitch in the Matrix / doppelganger. Is that right? I'm not Australian, no. I do have relatives who live in Australia, though. But I am on Long Island in New York. Yes. Okay. Here we go. For live, haha. Here we go. Thank you, Rice Cup. We're working on some perfects. If anyone is able to send perfects. Hi, love your videos. Hello. One school night when I was 13, my mother left my brother and I home alone to attend her monthly book club meeting and told my older brother to make sure to help me study for a test I had the next day while she was gone. I absolutely hated studying back then. After she left, my brother made sure to go around the house and turn off all the TVs and anything that made sound that could distract me. After about an hour of him reviewing the test materials to me in the kitchen, we both clearly hear my mom from the entryway announcing, "Hello, hello," like she always does when she arrives home. My brother and I instantly looked up at each other and I said, "Mom's home," and then we both proceed back to studying, expecting my mom to walk into the kitchen at any second. After a minute, my brother says, "Wait, did you hear the front door open when she came in?" And I realized that I did not. We both got up and checked around the house, and my mom was nowhere to be found. We eventually called her, and she told us that she was still at her meeting and would be arriving home shortly, and swears that she never came back to the house. Me and my brother still don't know what happened to this day. That was not your mother. Absolutely not. Nope, 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 nope. We are voting. Did you like that happy face for yes, sad face for no? I don't like it. It could be like a mimic, or it could be like, I don't even know, a doppelganger maybe, or I don't really know, and I don't know why I'm whispering. You had a ton of them in your other house? Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Camille, for sharing. Next story is, you have so many more. Oh, I don't like it. The ghost in my house likes to use other people's voices. Oh, thank you so much, Rise Cup. Next person we're looking for is E. Giardi. New subscriber E. Giardi. I don't know if I'm saying that right. But if you have a story, please let me know your name, your email address, when you sent it, or what it's about, so I can find it in my inbox while we are voting, so we can move it along. Why do they in person aid others? Yes! Tell me about it. Tell me about it, stud. Thank you, Rise Cup. My daughter hears me all the time and it's never me. Oh, I don't like it. Ooh, thank you, and to gain our trust. I need to fix my eyelashes. What's wrong with my eyelashes? They're my eyelashes. Read the one I sent at 8:34. I added something I forgot. Okay, hold on. Something wrong with my eyelashes? I don't know. All right, let me see. This one I'm putting here, and then, oh, it's a troll. Oh, okay. Go fuck yourself. 8. Wait, but what is it going to be the name here? Can you tell me like your name or your email address though? Because I have several that were sent there. My eyelashes are fine. I'm not sleepy. What mascara do I use? It's, I'll show it to you. I just don't want to miss. I just don't want to miss when they tell me what their name or something is, so that I can. Don't feed the trolls. Am I paranoid often? No. Oh, maybe it's 10:34 your time. Okay. Oh, I see you. Here you are. You're right. It was 10:34 your time. Okay. Got it. Ooh, it's a long one. It's a long one. Okay. This is my mascara. It's Ilia. Right now, this is the best one I can find as far as what's in it goes, because I'm very into getting the most natural products and not putting all the fucking chemicals and poisons that they put in literally everything into my body. So this is the best like brand I can find for makeup right now that is the best when it comes to that stuff that I have found. It's called Ilia. It's actually in my Amazon storefront. If you either go to the link in my bio or go to TessicaVision.com, my Amazon storefront is there, and it's there if you want to see it. Or you can just search it yourself. A natural one that actually looks great. Yes! It's not like, it's the best I've found so far. The Yucca app says it's pretty good. So, okay, here we go. Here we go. We're looking for 6 more perfects, and we're almost at 600,000 likes, and we're looking for 2 more subscribers. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's true, and not testing on animals too. Yes. In Yucca we trust. Here we go. We hear a woman speak while house sitting when no one is there. I have a story from November of 2021. So my sister and I were house sitting for mutual family friends. We were there November 10th through the 21st. Everything was fine. The dogs, Big St. Bernard and Big White Lab, acted fine, totally normal. Nothing was out of the norm. A little backstory on the house. It has a connected garage. The house is a split level. So when you're in the kitchen, dinette, dining room, and living room, you can see up the maybe 7 stairs that lead to the top floor. Standing at the entryway, it is directly to your right. There are 3 bedrooms and a bathroom up there. There is just a railing so you can see up into it. Then there are basement stairs right next to the stairs that go up. So anyway, like I said, everything was pretty normal. So the night of the 20th, my sister 17 and I 19 go to a dance at a barn. That sounds fun. We had a great time. Got home around midnight maybe. So we get home. I change in the bathroom downstairs by the pantry and the garage door. My sister changes in the bathroom upstairs. I am all changed, and as I come out of the bathroom, I hear something. It sounds like a woman. It was pretty loud. It sounded like a deformed version of widget or idjit or something along those lines. Recently, we had a friend tell us it kind of sounds like Quiji, Quiji. My sister hears it too and pulls her dress back up to peep her head out of the door. I then am like, "Are you in the living room?" And she says no. Then I go to ask her if she was playing a video on her phone. She says, "No, but I heard that too." I immediately think that she's joking and I tell her, "No, it was you, you're joking." She's like, "Aaliyah, that was not me." I can tell that she's scared, so I know it was not her. So I join her in the bathroom upstairs. She finishes getting dressed and we talk about what we should do. The lady was speaking loudly and I was in the living room 2 seconds after we heard it and I didn't hear anyone run away. My sister opened the bathroom door 2 seconds after and did not see anyone there. Also, when this happened, the dogs were outside, not even by the door. The cat was in the kitchen, but we know it wasn't her. They have no Alexas. I say that so mine doesn't go off, or speakers or cameras or anything, but our phones are in the kitchen. They were off and nothing would have played that sound. We are on the couch, scared to death. Oh, I forgot to mention that we obviously let the dogs in for protection. We also searched the whole main story and top story of the house with the dogs. We didn't see the basement or garage. Every minute or so, the dogs sit up, trail something with their eyes in the kitchen, look down towards the basement, and then lay back down. After maybe 3 times of doing this, she does it again, except this time, after looking down at the basement, she looks back up at us and whimpers. While this is happening, I am hearing shuffling noises coming from the basement. My sister did not hear anything, though. As soon as she whimpered, I looked at Anika and I said, we are leaving now. So Anika runs into the kitchen through the small entrance and gets my phone and her keys. I run straight to the door and get it ready and locked. And then we run out barefoot in the rain. I don't scare easily, but this scared me. We call my dad, then come and get him so that he can search the house with us and stay the night. We are shaken. Anika is so scared and so am I. So we come back with my dad. We check the whole house. Nothing. No one there. No signs of anything. It just didn't feel right though. When we checked the garage, the dog ran inside and would not come back inside. She is a good listener and had not done this at all before. It took her, I kid you not, 15 minutes to muster up the courage to come inside. She's a huge dog, maybe a year old. The other dog is pretty old and had no idea what was going on. Also, the scared dog loved my dad and she was not scared of him. She seemed pretty scared of the basement area when she was in the garage. From the garage door, you can look past the kitchen and entryway right down into the basement. We finally went to bed on the couches. While I was sitting, I saw something upstairs on the split level. I saw what I thought was the cat walking into the door, only a foot tall, but when I looked up at where I saw the cat, it was halfway up the door. The only other weird thing that happened was the next day, the cat came down the stairs and jumped about 4 feet in the air after looking into the kitchen. Still gives me chills. So the cat is looking at the front door. The 2 big dogs wake up from a dead sleep and join her at the door and stare at the door for 15 seconds. Nobody was there. Sorry for how long this is, but there is so much info. No, I love all the info. But I also hate it because it was scary. Let's please vote. Did you like that story? Happy face for yes, sad face for no. That's right. We don't like it. See you guys later. I'm never coming out. We're never coming out. Ooh, that was a good one. Thank you so much for sharing that. That was a good one. Would this person say, never apologize for having a long story? That's right. Never, shirt sinker, never apologize for having a long story. We like the long stories. We like the details. It helps us get into it more. We really super like it. And we hit 600K because you guys are amazing. Allie, I love the duck. Thank you. Ayla Steen, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you. Let me write your name down. Thank you so much. I will grab your story after we do the 500K story. 600K story. I'm sorry. 600K story. Every story tonight has been crazy. It has been a good night of stories tonight. We need you turtling in your shirt emote. Yes, we do. Oh, maybe I'll have that one done. Let me write that down. Turtling in shirt emote. I can have my guy do that. Thank you. Beautiful. We only need one more subscriber, guys, for me to hit my subscriber goal for today. And we need 3 more perfects for the gift goal. Thank you, Rice. Smudge spray emote. That's a good one too. I can only put 15 emotes. TikTok only lets you have 15. So thank you, Carolina. So I might have to get rid of some of those like older picture ones, the ones that are not of me. But that's a good idea too. I don't know how he would do that one, but I like that. I like that idea. Okay. 500K. Thank you, Nikki. Oh, we did it. Yay. Thank you, Andrea. Woo. Wait, did we get another subscriber? It says you hit the subscription goal. Shelly, thank you so much. You are my 222nd subscriber. And that is amazing. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. And I will grab your story if you have one shortly. We're going to do the 500K. Then we have Alaya, new subscriber Alaya, and then we'll have yours, Shelly. An emote of you drinking water so we can remind you. Sub goal. All right, let's reset this gift goal. Whee! Let's do... Oh, let's do Chef's Kiss because it's just so cute. It's just the cutest. Should we reset? I'll reset the subscriber goal. I'm not looking to try to get any more subscribers tonight. I'm not expecting that. I just like to have it reset so I don't forget to reset it like the next time I go on. We always go up to the next angel number for me. So we went from 222. We're going to go to 233. Holy shit. I can't believe we have so many subscribers. You guys are so good to me. I am so lucky. I am so lucky. I know I keep saying 500K. I'm so sorry. And thank you, Nikki, for the chef's kiss. Okay. I apologize. We're doing the 600K. Welcome back. You second the water drinking emote. If I do these new emotes, hold on, water drinking. Are you guys okay with me getting rid of some of those other ones that aren't of me? Like the picture ones? We have 222 subscribers total right now. Yes, yes, yes. Duh. Sorry, Yvette. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. You like my face ones. Okay, cool. Okay, I have those written down. Best bedtime stories. All right, I'm going to turn my head. Allie! Whee! Thank you. Keep the nope one. I thought that you'd want me to keep the nope one. I know you like that one. I do have my own nope one, but I feel like the big red stop sign nope is better because you can see it better. We loved that one. Okay, spam. Go. Spam, just go. Oh, thank you, Daniela. I love the chef's kiss. If you have a story that you sent that you would like me to potentially read right now, please type something in the comment section. It could be a letter, an emoji, a word, whatever you like to type. This is the only time you are allowed to spam the comments. We do this every 100,000 likes, so make sure that you are tapping the screen. And I'm going to turn around in just a second and pick a random person. We have Planted in Peace. Planted in Peace, congratulations. Come on down. Please let me know either your name, email address, when you sent it, or what it's about so I can find you in my inbox. MJ, thank you so much for subscribing, MJ. I appreciate you so much, and I will see if you have a story shortly. Thank you so much, Ellie Sosa. That was beautiful. Are there certain stories you won't read? No. I mean, I would have to say, come on down. With trigger warnings, well, it depends. There was one I stopped reading the other day because it was, I think, about ED. I was a skeptic until. Thank you for pinning that, mods. I appreciate it. Oh, it's right at the top of my inbox. Perfect. Okay. How do you submit a story? No more dolls. I'm beautiful. Thank you. You're beautiful. Either click on the link in my bio or go to TessicaVision.com, and then there's one thing that says submit your weird stories. I'm sorry if it was a Doug question. I thought you had gotten 220. Oh, I'm sorry, insert. 222 is total, but we started the night at, I think, 200 and... I don't know what we started the night at. How many subscribers did we get? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got at least 10. Thank you, Desnick. The sub squad. No story. I just love your voice as I fall asleep. Oh, thank you so much, MJ. That is so sweet. I appreciate you. Okay, we're reading this one, and then we have Alaya and Shelly. Here we go. I was a skeptic until. I love when someone was a skeptic. Makes me happy that you're coming to our side. Thank you. I was saying eating disorder. That one I stopped reading the other day because I didn't like that. I didn't mean erectile dysfunction. Although I can't read something that's, too sexual, or else I'll get kicked off of here. Okay, no, that's okay. Not erectile dysfunction. Oh, you're welcome. It was so scary for me. Okay, here we go. I was a skeptic until. Auntie Matrix, hi. Hope this is scary enough. I'm sure it was scary at the time. It doesn't have to be scary. It can also just be cool or weird, or some of them are sweet. I'm sure it's good. Okay. Here we go. All I could think about was erectile dysfunction. You're my kind of people. We are looking for a chef's kiss gift goals. Guys, I might have to start my goodbye soon because it's almost 11 o'clock and it takes like an hour. I might have to do that. Okay. I was a skeptic until I witnessed something myself. My best friend lives in... Oh, thank you. I was like, I can't pronounce this town, but they literally put the phonetical spelling for me. Puyallup. My best friend lives in Puyallup, WA, which is Washington, I think, right? And lives in an older home. The house, prior to her and her husband being there, has had some paranormal activity with a young girl and an older gentleman. They were told by a previous owner who now lives a few doors down. Their radio will randomly turn on to a station that they don't ever listen to. Volumes will increase and decrease when no one is there to do it. Things move around without explanation, and there have been visuals and similar things happening with the previous owners of the home. You live there. Oh my God. There's people that are from there. That's awesome. I went over for dinner and a few drinks and had decided to stay the night to have a movie night with my bestie. She had told me that the house had been a little more active and warned me, but I laughed it off. I had been over multiple times but hadn't seen anything for myself, so I thought little of it. We finished our night off with a game of pool and then headed to bed. I was in their guest room down the hall and had fallen asleep peacefully and awoken to a loud thud and opened my eyes, checking the room. The curtains were fully closed when I had gone to sleep, and when I woke up and was making my quick glance around the room, the curtains shot halfway up and were swinging their horizontal blinds as if they had been pulled very quickly. I froze in shock and fear. I bolted out of the room to find my friend and her husband in the living room, totally confused as to why I was so distraught. I explained to them what had happened, and they assured me that those blinds didn't even have a string and couldn't have opened. We went back into the room because I was sure I had seen and heard what I did, or I wouldn't have ran out in tears and so afraid, and the blinds were back down as if nothing had happened. I heard them and watched them open and swinging. I haven't ever stayed again. They have a lot of things happen and are cool with it because they have made friends with them, but it scared me too bad for another experience alone. I don't blame you. You're my fave. You're my fave. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you, Crystal. That was a great story. Please vote. Did you like that story? Happy face for yes, sad face for no. It should be down here. Why are they acting like the house isn't haunted? No, they're not. They know that it's haunted, but they're cool with it, which is kind of cool, actually. If I had some friendly ghosts, I'd be cool with it. Thank you, Suannie. Chef's kiss. How do you submit a story? You can either go to the link in my bio, or you can go to TessicaVision.com, and there will be something that says submit your weird stories. We are keeping this one because it was a good one. And now we are going to see if new subscriber Alaya has a story for me. And if you do, please let me know your name, your email address, when you sent it, or what it's about, so that I can look it up. They can have the house. It's giving Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. I love you too. No story, just a supporter. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. New subscriber Shelly, do you have a story for me? Thank you, Planted. Thank you, MJ. So glad I found you again tonight. Hi. You're the best, Cindy. What do you do as your profession, if you don't mind me asking? My main source of income right now is making ads for TikTok in the TikTok Creative Challenge. What do you do with the stories you keep? Do they go in videos? I'll send mine in soon. I have tons. Shelly, take your time. No pressure whatsoever. You don't have to ever send a story. But if you do, just tell me in the chat. Remind me, like, hey, I'm Shelly. I'm a subscriber. I never got to share my story. Here it is. What do I do with the stories that I like? I'm labeling them in my Gmail that we liked them. Sometimes, if they're really good, sometimes I'll use them in a video. I normally try to use new stories in videos, like not repeat stories, just because I have a few thousand stories in my inbox and I'm trying to get through as many as I can. But I'm also labeling them for later because I am going to be compiling a book. So I'm going to take some good stories and put them in the book, obviously after the people sign a release and if they're okay with it. I can just picture you as being an amazing teacher of some sort. Thank you. I was a teacher for a little bit. Not a teacher, like I didn't go to school to be a teacher, but I was a teacher at tutor time. You don't need Instagram. I don't take stories through Instagram. People send me shit on Instagram, my messages. I have like literally hundreds of messages. I do not read my Instagram messages. I do not take stories that way. It's an email. So if you go to TessicaVision.com or if you go to the link in my bio, it will say submit your stories and you're literally emailing me. That would be an amazing book. Yes, we talked about it before. So I am going to be doing a book. We're working on that, but yes, that's why I pinned it. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, Miss Casey. Tessica, I'll sign for your book. Yes. Yes. I have to go through the stories and I'll be sending a release out for people to, say they're cool with it. And then you need that book. It'll be coming. It's going to take me a while to compile. But we're going to do one book and we're going to start with like 111 stories because I like angel numbers. And then if people respond well to the book and like it and purchase it and want another one, I can easily do more. So we'll see. You guys are awesome. Yes, do an audio version. People have told me that to do an audio version. Yes, I'm going to read stuff. If you don't want to wait, you can leave. That's cool. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Shelly is going to tell me another time. Okay. Let's pick a random story. Bum, bum, bum. Hey, hey. I am editing the ones with bad grammar. I'm not just going to pop them into a book. I'm going to make sure that they are written correctly. Yes. Do not worry. So you do okay just making videos because I just about walked out of my job today. The book is on my brain wish list. I love it. My parents are here and we literally all just sat around for mine. Oh, that's awesome. I love that so much. You're welcome. And thank you so much for submitting. Hello, parents. Would love an audio. Okay, cool. Some of these are the opposite of chicken soup for the soul. I know people tell me I should do a podcast all the time. I just don't have time for that right now. Yes, at 700K, we are halfway there. I'll pick another person from the comments. Otherwise, right now, I'm just going to read some random ones. We are still working on chef's kisses for the gift goal. Or you can send whatever else you like gifts. I appreciate them all. They help me. Thank you so much. Okay. I am, just so you know, like all the gifts that you guys are sending, I'm saving any money I get from these gifts towards putting it towards my like wedding fund. So you guys are helping me pay for my wedding a little bit. You're helping to put something towards my wedding. I appreciate it. I love your storytelling. I've been debating sending mine. You can send yours if you want. Okay. Here we go. Oh, should we start the goodbye sequence? Nah, let's, should we? Thank you, Miss Casey. The goodbye sequence takes like an hour. Well, if I started at 12, I'm not going to bed till 1. And I do have my daughter tomorrow, and I have to do some ads and stuff. I'm going to read a couple and then we'll start it. Well, for me, it's 11. Auntie Matrix Wedding Fund. Okay. Well, the goodbye sequence is, thank you so much, Allie. Allie should be your maid of honor with all her gifting support. Yes, I know. Allie or Allie, by the way. There's 2 Allies. And either of you Allies, if you have a story you'd like me to share, please let me know, because you do send quite a few gifts, both of you, and I really, really appreciate you. All right, here's random. Let's see. Oh, I don't like this. Let's call this one Scary Games You Don't Play in the Dark. Thank you, Peels. Oh my God. Okay. When I was around 8 years old, me and almost all of my cousins were spending the night at my aunt's house, which was normal. We did the typical kids things at sleepovers and decided to end the night with a moderately scary movie. After watching it, we decided it would be fun to say the chants that we heard from the movie. Not the brightest idea. Keep in mind the oldest child at the time was only 14. Oh my God. Anyway, we say the chant over and over and nothing happens. My cousin Danny says it's not going to work and we call it quits, letting each other's hands go. Big mistake. The moment we let our hands go, we instantly saw a change in our oldest cousin, DH. His face was no longer young and his hair was pale white. He looked just like the old man that had died in the house before my aunt moved in. We panicked and scattered, only to run through the house and find the trash can on fire. I'm not sure what happened after that. What do you mean you're not sure what happened after that? The crazier part is we never spoke of that night again until Jay mentioned it weeks ago. I'm 30 now. He asked DH if he remembered turning into an old man, and DH was utterly confused, asking him what he was talking about. I remembered it vividly because I had more encounters with the old man up until my aunt and her husband moved out, but we're the only 2 out of the 10 people that can. What do you mean you don't know what happened after that? Like, how does that even happen? I don't know whose story this is in here, but what do you mean? Did you put the fire out? Did DH return to normal? Oh my goodness. Okay, we are voting. Happy face for yes, sad face for no. This has been the best live yet. You've read so many stories. I have gotten to read so many stories this live, and like literally 99% of them have been good stories. This has been a really good live. We needed a good live because yesterday's live sucked. Dirty asshole. Because it was glitching so bad I couldn't read nothing. DH became DL Hewley. I don't know who that is. Yes, you deserved it. That's what I'm saying. We're going to need a live wedding. Thank you, Allie Cakes. Thank you, Allie Cakes. Thank you, Miss Boots. Thank you, Allie Cakes. Allie Cakes, do you have any stories? Either of the Allies? I forgot. I said that and then I didn't look at the comments. If you ever have any stories, both of the Allie Cakes, both of the Allies, Allie Sosa and Allie Cakes, let me know. And mods and people in the comments help me see that they're saying that they're telling it to me. Oh my God, I can't speak sometimes. So we're all extended family and insist a wedding to attend. My wedding is going to be very small, like very small. Like our big guest list is like 42 people. Katie Joe, you too, Katie Joe. Thank you. If you have a story that you want me to share, you let me know too, because you was so generous with these gifts. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. We love you. I have a few I'll send in one day. Okay. You would like to watch it live? It was raining. It was raining coins. Hallelujah, it's raining coins. Oh my gosh. Do I have... Oh my God, another one of these fucking idiots. Ooh, pretty. Thank you, MJ. Thank you, Just. I love when you try new gifts. It's so fun. No more small wedding. Okay, here's another rando until we hit 700K. Oh, the planning the wedding. I don't know when we're planning the wedding. We are waiting for my fiance's divorce to go through officially. Everything's in there. We're just waiting for the court to like finish it, and he gets the notification that he's officially divorced, and then we can plan. We can't plan yet. Why are people so weird? I don't know, man. 2 more chef's kisses. Oh, never mind. Coal fires. Thank you. 1 more chef's kiss. And then we can change the gift goal. I randomly sing a lot. I do. Ooh. Ghosts in my basement. I was sitting on the couch when I got an email from a stranger saying, I see you. I don't like this. I look out the window just to see my dog watching me through the window. What? I call him in and he just stood there. I close the blinds. Thank you, Allie Cakes. I close the blinds and go back to watching TV when I get a knock on my door. I open the door and see no one there. I called the police and they said there was nothing they could do. My brother calls me and says that he has been experiencing weird things happening. I asked what happened and he explained this exact thing. I go down to my basement to get a flashlight and check out my attic, assuming my dad is just bugging me. When I went down to the basement, the door shut behind me like in a movie. I called my brother and turned the lights on. I saw my dog. I don't remember my dog coming back inside. I dropped my phone, run up the stairs, and run out of the house, and I called my dad. I stayed with my dad for a few weeks before I got a new apartment. Scared for life. What the... You're in your basement right now? Get out of your basement. Get out of your basement. We're voting. Did you like that happy face for yes, sad face for no? That's not your dog, man. That is not your dog. Can we establish basements need to be canceled? Yes. Oh, Loose Smooth. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you so much. Oh, and Unfriendly Scorpio. Oh my God, I need to write these down. Loose Smooth. Unfriendly Scorpio. Thank you both so much for subscribing. I appreciate you so much. I'll be asking for your stories in just a minute if you have one. Woohoo! Oh my God, Heather Nicole, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you too. Oh my goodness, couple new subs. And another one. And another one. Why are you confused about the dog? That it wasn't the dog. That wasn't their dog. And we hit 700K. Holy shit, you guys. Okay, here's the deal. First time I've ever subbed to anyone on TikTok. I appreciate you. Oh my God. Okay. Here's the deal. Because now we have 1, 2, 3 new subscribers and the 700K. That's 4 stories. And then after that, I am going to, and I need a new gift goal. You guys are fucking killing it. After that, I'm going to start my goodbye process because it takes like an hour and I do want to go to bed. It's 11:11. Oh my gosh, it's 11:11. Okay. Okay, Loose Moo. Deal. Loose Moo, do you have a story that you'd like me to share? If you do, please let me know your email address, name, when you sent it, or what it's about so I can find it. I have one, but 3 kids and a husband. I'll type it out tonight. It will take a minute. I love how I have one, but 3 kids and a husband. I heard that. No worries. You don't even have to send it if you don't want to. Miarine. I don't know if I'm saying that right. But thank you so much for subscribing. Congratulations. Not congratulations. I appreciate you. Loose Moo. Okay, you send it whenever you want. Just make sure you come back in here whenever you send it and you tell me like, hey, I subscribed and didn't get to share my story yet. Here it is. Oh my goodness. I have to get through all these and then we're going to start the goodbye thing. Better than 3 husbands and a kid. This is my ring. Someone said, tell us about the ring. It's rose gold. It's from Moon Magic, and that is a rainbow moonstone. It has beautiful flash, if I can get it to flash. I don't know if you can see it. Oh, there it is. Woo. Literally obsessed with it. He did so good. He did so good, and he was so scared he was going to do bad, and he did so good. Okay, let me set the gift goal, and then we're going to ask for Unfriendly Scorpio's story if they have one. Thank you. I know my ring is beautiful. I'm literally obsessed with it. I've never been so obsessed with a piece of jewelry. What haven't we done? Let's go down here. Let's do... Oh my God. I love these. I'm only going to put a couple of these because I don't know if or when I'll get them because they're like more expensive, but I just love them so much. Cooper Skates. Oh wait. Oh, I missed that. I don't have one. Uncle Matrix is I told him I don't have one, but I sent you a pic of my cat cuddling to your live. He always says, when you watch, let me see. Let me check this little cat story. I mean, not story, this little cat picture. Thank you, Alaya. Ooh, so cute. Thank you, Katie Joe. I said I'm going to send these, but I'm going to put this, but no one's going to do them. And there you guys are. Being awesome. Wait, where's the picture that you sent me? Yvette, thank you. Oh, here it is. My kitty sleeping to your live. Oh my God, Yvette, again. You guys are awesome. You guys are so awesome. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my God. This is adorable. You do this every night? Hold on. Coral or stay warm? You want me to do those? I'll do coral because I did stay warm before. Bridesmaids do it right. Oh my God. Can I show this? I gotta show this video of, of the cat. Hold on. Okay. Look at this. This is the cat hanging out with us on live. Just being so cute. It's so cute. My cat loves your voice. They usually hate TikTok lives. I'm so glad. Animals do like me. Animals do like me. I sent a story. I just subscribed. Heather, yes. Perfect. You were next on my list anyway. I love that. Thank you for sharing that. Heather Nicole. Is it the night hag? Is that it? Is it the night hag? I got 4 cats. Cord check. Cord's good. Thank you. Yes, that's it. Okay, perfect. Awesome, awesome. Oh, let me reset the gift goal really quick. Oh, we're doing coral, right? Hold on. Let's go to coral. I've never put up coral as a goal. Coral. Boop, boop, boop. We're going to be bold and put up 5 corals. So it takes a minute. How's my water progress? Drinking. Allie Cakes, thank you. Oh, it's so pretty. Katie Joe, thank you. You guys are so good to me. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Katie Joe. Thank you, Yvette. Oh my God, guys. Thank you, Coal Fires. Oh my God. Wait, what did you see that was terrible? The title does sound crazy. Good evening, groomer. That one is really pretty. I know, I really like that one. It's so pretty. I should do 10. Well, I already got 5. Oh my God, you guys are fucking amazing. All right, let me reset this again. All right, I'm gonna do more of something, so it takes a minute so I can read my stories. How about what is that? What are these? I don't scroll down this far, so I don't know what they are. I'm going to do these because they look fun. It says, let's go. But I'm literally going to put like 11 of them, so it'll take a long time. Okay, here we go. Bridesmaids contest. Okay, the night hag. You are truly one TikToker who deserves the views and the gifts. You're the best. Oh, thank you so much. Unfriendly Scorpio. Yes, Yvette, let's go. Allie, thank you. Al, thank you so much for subscribing. Let me write you down over here. I am never going to get to my goodbye sequence. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. I will check if you have a story when I get to you in just a few minutes. We have a couple more before you. Let's go. Cha, cha, cha. Let's go. Cha, cha, cha. You guys are so sweet. I know, so many new subs today. This is good because I'm not going to be on live again until Friday, I think. I don't think I'm going to be able to go on tomorrow or Thursday because I have my daughter. The night hag. Not a glitch in the matrix, but still very creepy. So a few years ago, I was visiting my family who lived in another state after my niece was born. Since I lived about 9 hours away, I stayed with my sister for the week. I was sleeping on the couch when I dreamt that there was a demon sitting on my chest and holding my head down, trying to suffocate me. I remember vividly what the demon looked like. The best way I can describe it is this weirdly deformed creature with long jet black hair and sharp, crooked teeth was crouching on my chest, holding my head down. I couldn't move. I tried lifting my head multiple times, but each time I tried, it was like the demon pushed my head down harder. I honestly felt like I was fighting for my life. Oh my God. Trying anything to wake myself up or somehow get this demon off my chest. Suddenly, a huge bang on the sliding glass door, which was directly across from the couch in the living room. So if you're sitting on the couch, you can see into the backyard through the glass door, woke me up. And I was literally gasping for air. I figured it was one of my nephews that hit the door or one of my dogs, but no one was even awake yet. I asked my sister later that day, and none of them came out of the room that morning. Fast forward to a few months ago. Me and my mom were talking about sleep paralysis, which she gets a lot. She had the exact same thing happen to her when she was 12. She did some research into sleep paralysis demon that she had seen. And when she sent that picture, I was in absolute shock because it was the same thing that was sitting on my chest, holding my head down that one morning. After researching a ton, I learned that this particular demon is called the night hag, which is known for sitting on people's chests and holding them down. Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay, we're starting a poll. Did you like that? Happy face for yes, sad face for no. Nope, nope. Nope, nope. Only higher dimensional beings of love and light are allowed in this house. Everything else needs to leave. You've heard of this too? I've never heard of it. Oh my goodness, Allie. Beautiful. Alexandria, thank you. Thank you guys so much. Oh my goodness gracious. Yvette! What was that little guy doing that little thing? It was Cooper. You guys send the coolest gifts, I swear. Oh my God, we liked the night hag. Oh, we liked it, but we didn't like it, but we also liked it. Okay. Next, we're picking the 700K. The corgis are so cute. I literally can't. So I'm going to turn my head. If you have a story that you would like me to potentially read right now, you can start typing in the comments. It can be a letter, an emoji, a word, whatever you like. Type whatever you like in the comments. And then I'll turn around and pick a random person and read that story. We have the 700K. Then we have... Miarine, maybe? I wrote down the subscriber name and I can't read my own handwriting. And then we have Des All, if they have stories. And then we're starting the goodbye process because I am getting very tired and it's going to take a while. Okay, here we go. Julie Dunlea. Julie Dunlea, congratulations. Come on down and please let me know your name, your email address, when you sent it, or what it's about so I can find you in my email. Julie. Ash. You're so funny. Congrats, Julie. Thank you for doing this. You guys are so sweet. You're welcome. Thank you for being here with me and allowing me to do this and submitting your stories and chatting and tapping the screen and all the things. And thank you for being you. And I appreciate you so much. Okay, let's see. Where is Julie? If you're typing an email address, I'm not going to see it because it blocks it. Sorry, guys. I'm trying. I'm running out of steam a little bit. I'm getting real tired. My reactions are so adorable. Thank you. Oh, Thank you, this. Love it. You're so pretty. You're so pretty. I binged all of your Matrixers. Fix your lashes. Go. Nope. Sorry. We're not bullying or harassment. We're not doing that. We're not getting kicked out of live. Found you, Julie. All right, Julie. Here we go. Pa, 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 pa. I'll send you snacks for the kid as long as you go live tomorrow. No, because she doesn't go to bed until later. And then I have to get her up early, you know. Go Tony yourself. Go Tony yourself. Okay. Here we go. When I was about 6 months pregnant with my youngest son, I was staying at my mom's house. One night, I woke up around 2 and had to use the bathroom. I didn't want to get up, so I just laid there for a while, flipping back and forth, trying not to have to get up. I do that literally all the time, but I pee like 7 times a night. When I finally decided to get up and walk into the bathroom, someone was standing in the bathroom. I thought it was my mom or stepdad because they never turned the light on at night. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry." I turned on the light and nobody was in the bathroom. I freaked out and ran to my mom, who was asleep in the living room. She was trying to calm me down because I was flipping out. I'm not the only one that has seen stuff at that house. I was 39 years old and I ran to my mommy for help. I think it might have been my Mima who died 5 years before this happened. I would run to my mommy too, girl, and I am 39 as well. Ooh. Nope. Yeah, we're voting. Did you like that story? Happy face for yes. Sad face for no. And while we're voting, let me see if I can click on the subscribers and read this name correctly because I wrote it very poorly. Allie Cakes, you weren't a subscriber before, girl. Thank you for subscribing, Allie Cakes. It was Mia Renee. There we go. I liked it for someone else. Allie Cakes, I don't know why I just assumed you were a subscriber, but thank you so much. Mia Renee, new subscriber Mia Renee, do you have a story that you would like to share? Please let me know your name, email address, when you sent it. I haven't sent mine yet. I'll send it another time. No problem, Mia. Thank you so much for subscribing. You just let me know. Just remember to tell me I subscribed. I didn't get to share a story yet. Here it is. Do I have any stories? I have a couple of little things, but we're sharing other people's stories right now. When you use the magnesium oil, if you work out, do you stink? Yes, sometimes. Depends. So I do also still have the Tom's deodorant that I do use sometimes. Thank you. I'm just so excited I got picked. Okay, so then Des All, a new subscriber, Des All. Do you have a story that you would like me to read? If you do, please let me know how I can find it. You use Native? I tried Native and I didn't like it. I look younger than 39. Thank you. I'm so wholesome. Not as wholesome as you think. Have I tried lemon for deodorant? No, I haven't, but I've heard of that. And I am open to trying it. Right now I'm good with my magnesium spray, but I am open to trying it. The Britney stuff is weird. I don't know any of the new Britney stuff. But I did go on down a rabbit hole one time a while ago about all the Britney stuff, and the videos literally creep me the fuck out so bad. You're welcome, storyteller. Yes, I have a story sent it a few days ago. My guardian angel. My name is Destiny. Okay, cool. All right, Destiny. I probably will forget that and continue to call you Des. So I apologize in advance. It's not you, it's me. My memory is really bad. Garvin, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I will ask if you have a story shortly. Only TikToker I watch. I've seen other ones do the same video and they don't interest me. Well, thank you. Okay. Guardian Angel. Destiny, found ya. Here we go. All right, are we ready for Destiny's story? You're the only one I love. Watch also. You guys are so sweet. Okay, we're doing Allie Cakes. You don't have a story, right? You don't have a story to share? I think you told me before you didn't have one yet. I think I'm just like, I can't believe that you weren't a sub before. I just thought you were. Oh my God, we might hit the next sub goal. That is crazy. Ba, 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 bum, 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 bum. I'm just seeing really quick. I don't want to miss. When I ask a question in chat, I like to stare at it because I don't want to miss the person answering. I'll send some soon. Okay, I want to make sure. Okay. Okay, so we're reading Destiny's. Then we're reading Garvin's, if I'm saying that right. I have to look. And then we're starting. Thank you, Jessica. And then we're starting the goodbye process so that Auntie Matrix can go to sleep soon. Okay, here we go. Destiny. I made 2 videos with stories today, Heaven. 2 of them came out today. Hi, Jessica. Hi. Love you so much, and thanks for taking the time to read my story. Thank you for sending it. First of all, English is not my native language, so there may be some small mistakes. That is quite all right. When I was about 5 to 6 years old, I really loved singing and dancing. So once in a while, I did small performances for my family to show my new dance moves. I used to do that stuff all the time. I get it. One night before bed, I performed for my parents until I saw a man sitting at the dining table behind them. I instantly froze, and my parents immediately looked behind them because they saw the fear in my eyes. I told them someone was watching me, but after a few seconds, it was gone. They asked me to describe the man, but I didn't see him long enough to give details about his appearance. A couple of nights later, I fell asleep on the couch. My mom told me to go to bed, so I got up and walked half asleep to my room, and there he was. I saw the same man from the other night standing in my doorway, but this time I thought I was imagining it because I wasn't quite awake yet. I blinked a few times, and then he was gone. The next morning, I told my mom about it and described him in detail since I have seen him more clearly than the other night. She was in shock and told me I exactly described her deceased grandfather. She tried to find a picture but couldn't find it. Fast forward to when I was 14, we went to my mom's home country. The whole family visited my great-grandma since it was her last days. Me and my cousins went through some old pictures, and then we found a wedding picture of my great-grandparents. I was shocked. It was the same man I saw in my house when I was younger. I told my whole family, and we all spontaneously started crying. They assumed that he was my guardian angel, as he only, by far as I can remember, showed up at night around bedtime. That night, we all slept in my great-grandma's house. I had a dream of my great-grandfather. He showed up to say goodbye and told me he needs to take someone with him. The next morning, we found out that my great-grandmother had passed away in her sleep. I wasn't sad because I knew she had been reunited with her husband and other deceased relatives, so all I could do was cry with happiness. Because of this experience, I have become more interested in spirituality and believe that there is more than heaven and earth, but unfortunately, I haven't experienced something as beautiful as this in a long time. Thank you for letting me share my story and for taking the time to read it. Thank you so much. That was a beautiful story. Thank you so much for sharing that. We're voting. Did you like that story? Happy face for yes and sad face for no. I know it's sad and sweet at the same time. Oh my God. My mouth feels like this because I've been talking so much. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. Likes. Gifts. Okay. That was so good. We're definitely going to keep that one. Thank you so much for sharing. That was beautiful, Destiny. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm running on fumes, friends. Thank you. I'm just trying to go to the subscribers because I think it was Garvin. Is that right? It's Garviella. Okay. Garviella, new subscriber Garviella, do you have a story you would like me to share for you? Please let me know how to find it if I can. I don't have any Mike and Ikes today. I wish I did have some candy. I got nothing. For me, it is 11:35. I sent it a bit ago called This Isn't a Dream. Okay. Oh, did you just resend it? Because I have one at the top that says, This Isn't a Dream. Is this you? Evangelina? Is that right? I already don't like it. 800K. That means we hit the like goal for the goodbye. So thank you for that. Yes. Okay. Just so you guys know what's happening after this, I'm going to read this story. And then we're going to start the goodbye sequence because it takes me a while to get through it. Sometimes it takes up to like an hour. So after this one, I'm going to pick 3 stories from people in the comments and read those. Actually, it's going to be 4 because we hit the like goal. We're going to do 4 stories for people in the comments. And if we hit the gift goal, if we finish the gift goal, we'll add 1 more story to that. So we have 4 to 5 more stories after this one. And then I need to go to bed. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, here we go. This isn't a dream. Oh, yes, Jess's story is last, so I only have to pick... I have to pick 3 or 4. Got you, Jess. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Ever since I was a kid, I would lucid dream. Mostly nightmares, but I didn't always know how to wake myself up. One night, when I was probably around 6, maybe 7 years old, I had a dream that I snuck outside, something I did often because I suffered from insomnia and liked looking at the stars. In the dream, I closed the back door quietly and sat and saw 2 bad guys on the deck. I don't remember what they were doing, but they had a huge steamer trunk, and it looked like they were trying to get to me. I knew I was asleep, so I started screaming and begging in my dream for someone to please wake me up. As I was yelling, the men started laughing. One of them stopped, looked at me with a horrifying smile, and said, "This isn't a dream." This dream happened over 20 years ago, and it still haunts me to this day. Okay, so it was a dream. Thank you, Yvette. So it was a dream. Oh my God. But that is really creepy. Can you imagine? We're voting if we like that. Happy face for yes, sad face for no. Can you imagine being in a dream, in a nightmare, and you know it's a dream, and you're like, wake up, wake up, wake up. And they're like, this isn't a dream. Oh my God. Chills. Chilly, chilly, chilies. Chilly wills. Oh, thank you for sharing. This isn't a dream. Thank you for sharing. I love that you guys, thank you, Alexis. I love that you guys are tapping the screen. You don't have to do it as aggressively if you don't want to now, because we are not doing any more like goals because we're doing the goodbye sequence. If you want to keep tapping, I love it. Please do. But otherwise, okay. As soon as this poll is done, I'm going to turn my head and we're going to pick the stories. So I'm going to pick 3 people right now from the comments, and I'm going to read those 3 stories plus Jess's story. And then if we hit the gift goal, we'll pick another one. Okay, ready? I'm going to turn my head. If you have a story that you would like me to potentially read right now that you have sent to me, please start typing in the comments. You can type anything you like, a word, a letter, an emoji, whatever you want. And then I'll turn around and I'm going to pick 3 people from the comment section for some of these goodbye stories to read. It's the only time you're allowed to spam the comments, so have fun. While we're here, please don't forget to join the Discord and don't forget to sub to my YouTube so that you can see the live replays on there. All the links are in my bio, in the link in my bio. It's like a link tree sort of thing. Or if you go to TessicaVision.com. Okay, we're going to pick 3 people. Here we go. We have, where did you go? I don't know what this says, but it's OIDDINNY is number 1. Okay. Then we have Mrs. Grimm 3. Mrs. Grimm 3 is number 2. And Alyssa Williams. Alyssa Williams. Congratulations to all of you. We're going to start with, I don't know how to say this, Oiddinny, OIDDINNY. Please let me know how to find your story, either name, email address, what it's about, when you sent it, etc., so I can find you in my inbox, and we will start with you. Ba-ba-bum. We've really gotten into a groove with these lives, and I love it. Everything goes so smoothly. Congratulations. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for the ticket. For me here, it is 11:41 p.m. If you're trying to send your email address, it will block it out. So make sure that you are not putting the whole thing. Thank you, Jenny. Right now we are looking. Yes, that is going to be MJ. That's the girl that we were supposed to read last night, but we didn't read it because it was so glitchy. Dawn E. Grimm. You guys both have ones about dreams. And I'm just waiting for the first one I picked, which was OIDDINNY. Woo! Thank you. Thank you so much. Are you here, OIDDINNY? If you are, please let me know how to find your story. If you are not, we can pick somebody else in your place after. Yeah, you didn't miss it. You didn't miss it. Thank you, Miss, for the turkey. Da, da, da. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic. It's fantastic. Rainy, please stop, honey bun. Thank you so much. We're not spamming the comments right now. I'm giving this person just a minute to let me know that they are here and how to find their story. It's OIDDINNY. It could be laughing plastic. I don't know. I say life is plastic. I don't know if that's right or not. Good night. Good night. Okay, someone keep their eyes open to see if that person, life in plastic. Got it. Life in plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair and dress me everywhere. Okay, keep your eyes open for this person's story. I'm going to start with the other ones. And if we don't get it, then we'll just pick a new one after. Okay, first we are looking for Miss Grimm. It's Dawn Grimm. Lucid Dreaming. Dawn Grimm. Here we go. We're going to start with this one. The Barbie song was my baby shark. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. Just as a reminder, we are reading this one. 1, 2, 3, 4 more stories right now. And if we hit this gift goal, we need 2 more of these things, and then we'll add another story. I don't know what it is exactly. I'm just singing whatever words I think. Undress me anywhere. Undress me anywhere. Whatever. Okay, here we go. Lucid dreaming. I lucid dream quite frequently, and even as a child, I was too afraid to let anything in the dream know. I even thought they would take my eyes. What? It's always the same they, and I know when I see them, it's a lucid dream. One night, I was about 13. I was so exhausted and I just wanted to sleep, so I asked them, please just let me sleep. I just want to sleep. But the silence that followed was so much that Dream Me's ears started to bleed, and they took my eyes and my vocal cords, so I couldn't see or scream for help. That was the first paralysis dream I ever had. I was clawing at my eyes, trying to get them open to see what was coming, but they just wouldn't open. I kept trying to scream, but all my breath was being sucked out of me. I think I was thrown into water in the dream at one point, and I heard someone hissing at me to never look at them and never talk to them. I must always follow the script or I would be taken. Woke up in sheer panic, blood all over my pillow from me clawing at my eyes and throat. I have never been so terrified of sleep. Even to this day, I'm almost 31. I try very hard to follow the script that no one really bothers to let me in on, but sometimes they still take my eyes. Nothing as severe as that night, though, and regardless of sight, I will still try to follow my script. What the fuck? What? Is this for real? What? Oh my goodness. What is that? No, thank you. We're voting. Do you like that or not? What is that? What? Can you elaborate a little bit? That was literally terrifying. At least twice a week. I don't understand. Oh my God. I know. I don't even know if this applies here, this spray, but I just want to make it known that only higher dimensional beings of love and light are allowed in this house. Oh my God. I vote you move to daytime when I can have the sunlight as well as my lights on, please. Oh my God. Literally, I just can't. I have no idea what script. I just try really hard not to draw attention to myself. Like she's saying she has to follow what's happening in the dream, like what the dream is supposed to do. She tries to play her part in the dream like she's supposed to if she didn't know that she was lucid dreaming. There are very specific rules to lucid dreaming. I used to lucid dream. I haven't lucid dreamed in a long time, but I never told anyone I knew I was lucid dreaming. I would just like literally do what I wanted to do. Like, I mean, like I would like, I remember doing like handstands and backflips and stuff because I was like, oh, this is so cool. I could do all this stuff. Oh my goodness. Jesus Christ. I would never want to sleep. I don't understand. Thank you, Drea. Oh, I tell people I'm time traveling. Oh my God. I don't even know. Lucid dreaming means it's when you know that you are in your dream, you're aware, you're conscious in your dream, and you can like you can control it kind of. Oh my God. Alexis, thank you for this fancy gift. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Okay. That was terrifying. Thank you for terrifying me, Dawn. Okay, the next one we have is Alyssa. So let's see. Alyssa. Alyssa, you said it was weird dreams. Hold on. But can you tell me more about that? Because I have so many weird dream things. Can you tell me like the name it's under or the email address? Just the first part of the email address because it won't let you do that. Sounds like one of your dreams. Oh my goodness. Feels like you're awake all night. Yes, Maggie, when I used to lucid dream, it was Thank you. It was exhausting. I got it. Thank you, Alyssa. It was literally exhausting. Like, I remember I would feel so tired and I wanted to just actually sleep. So I would just tell myself, well, actually, the way I would go to sleep is I would like either say to myself or something like, I just want to go to sleep, but I would lay down. If I like laid down on the ground in my dream and pretended to like tried to go to sleep, I would really actually go to sleep and stop dreaming. Not that I wasn't asleep while I was dreaming, lucid dreaming before, but that's what I do to get out of it. Is like lay down on the ground and go to sleep. And then I'm like in a sleep where I'm not dreaming. Or at least I don't remember them. Or at least I'm not lucid dreaming. Crazy. Crazy amazing. It's actually really cool. Yes. Have to remember that. I don't know if it'll work for you, but that works for me. Hello from Utah. Hello. Okay, we're reading this one. Then we're going to pick a new one because OIDDINNY, I don't think ever told us if they had a story. And then we're going to do Jess's gift unless we get these two more of these, and then we'll also do an additional story before I go. Okay, here we go. This one is weird dreams. Okay. So since I was young, I have always had weird dreams. This might be long, so I'll summarize it. I have 3 cool stories to tell you. Number 1, my first dream happened when I was about 10 or 11. I know I was asleep, but what happened was crazy. I dreamt I was walking down the road and all of a sudden I hear a wave crashing around me. Thank you, Alexis. A wave crashing around me. Take in mind I live 4 hours from the beach, but it sounded like a tsunami, so I start running. For some reason, I ran into this old lady's house. This is important for the story later. The wave backs up and I'm able to go back outside without the house flooding. So now I'm standing outside picking apples off of a tree with the older lady when I see literally lava coming from the other side. I could literally feel the heat as if it were right there. Again, I run back inside. The house was the only thing not affected. I go back outside when I don't notice anything happening. I then see the tsunami coming from one side and the lava coming from the other side, and I don't know, but I could feel and hear every bit of it. The dream ended when I got crushed between the two and started floating. Also, the old lady's house I went into, I found out that it was my ex-boyfriend's mom that I wouldn't meet until 4 years later. That's interesting. Number 2, the second dream happened when I don't know why you put this in quotes. I'm interested. The second dream happened when I was 12 or 13. It was more of an out of body experience, as I could see and hear everything going on at one time. A monster dragged me out of bed into the living room and started terrifying me. I screamed and screamed, but my dad couldn't hear me. I couldn't see him. I could see him watching the movie that we were watching before I went to sleep. I could see my dad looking at me, but he couldn't really see me, which was the scariest part. I finally snapped out of it after what felt like hours. I still think about that to this day. Number 3. The third dream happened 3 years ago. I'm now 22. I'm lying in bed on my side, cuddled with my dog on my side. I end up falling to sleep and I felt that falling feeling, the one that makes you jump. Well, I felt it and I never woke up. I practically ended up in this hotel, which was called Haven. I saw my deceased grandparents, my nephew that passed away, and my grandparents' friend who is still alive. We call him E. Well, E had this glowing light around him and everyone seemed to follow him. I remember crying sadly. I missed my grandparents and I wanted to go home, but I followed E and we walked around this hotel. I remember getting in a car and driving around, seeing old towns and past musicians and many others. We walked around for a few and then E asked me how I liked it here. All I told him was I wanted to go home. I remembered sobbing. He looked at me and said, "As you wish." And I woke up instantly on my back with my arms crossed over my chest with my unicorn underneath my hands like they do flowers at a funeral. My unicorn was on my dresser 10 feet from me when I went to sleep, and my dog was nowhere to be found. I woke up crying, and I honestly feel like I died and went to some sort of different reality. That is very interesting. Did we like these stories about the dreams? Happy face for yes, sad face for no. You can vote down there. Just click. Very interesting. I love reading about people's dreams. They're so weird. They're so scary, but I love them. Yes. The sleep jump. Oh my God. But it's weird that they had the sleep jump and then they like woke up. They didn't wake up. Like it didn't wake them up. Like they had the sleep jump, but then they were in a dream. That's really weird. Number 3 was interesting. Ooh. Okay, we liked that. You guys have been sending me some. This has been a good night of stories. Make sure that you're subscribed to my YouTube if you miss any of them, because I'm going to put this live up tomorrow as long as TikTok has recorded it correctly. And it's good. You can watch it. You can watch it. You can listen while you're cleaning. People love to do that. People love to do that. We need one more of these things. Okay, we are going to repick for the OIDDINNY because they never answered. If we get one more of these things, we'll have that story, and then we'll read Jess's story to finish, which is a long story. My YouTube is TessicaVision, same as here. Or you can get there by going to TessicaVision.com or the link in my bio. And on the top, because it's like a link tree situation, on the top are all my socials, including my Discord. You guys should join it too. Yvette, let's go! Killing it, Yvette. Okay, so we are going to pick that one too. Okay. So thank you, boss. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we hit the gift goal. I appreciate you guys. I'm just going to set a new gift goal for fun. Discord is like an app/website where a group of people come together, and there's all different like chat rooms or channels, and I don't really know how to explain it further than that. If anyone can, please let me know. Okay, let's do something easier, like how about if we do, where are those donuts? I like donuts. We'll do some donuts just for fun. Okay, that's okay, Taylor. No worries at all. Okay, I am going to turn my head right now. And wait, Yvette has another story. Does Yvette, do you have another story? Everyone's just yelling Yvette. We have read a lot of Yvette stories. Let's give some other people a chance. We'll give some other, oh my God, everyone wants the Yvette story. She has so many. Let's pick the two. Let's pick the two from the studio audience. So I'm going to turn my head, and if you have a story that you sent in that you would like me to potentially read right now, we're going to pick 2 more for this live. So please start typing in the comments. It can be a letter, an emoji, a word, whatever you like to type. Please type it, and I'm going to turn around in a second and pick 2 random people, and we will read your stories for this live. These are the last 2 I'm going to pick, and then we have Jess's story. So these are the last 3 stories. And then I gotta go to bed because it's midnight here for me. Ready, go. Okay. Oh my God. Miss Casey and Bree True. I love how everyone is saying Yvette. Miss Casey and Bree True, congratulations. Oh my God, you guys really want an Yvette story. I'll tell you what, next time we're on, I promise an Yvette story, okay? Next live, I promise we'll do another one of Yvette stories. Just do an Yvette day. Yvette day. Okay, Miss Casey, what's your story? Tell me where to find it. She does have the doll stories, but they're not always doll stories. They're not always. Pinky promise. I pinky promise we'll do an Yvette story next time. Pinky swear. You might have to remind me. The people love you, Yvette. The people love you. The puppet was so scary. Miss Casey, where are you, my darling? I sent mine 2 days ago. Okay, but what's it under? Because I can't remember what anyone's real name. I'm new here. Does Yvette have a lot of stories? Yes, Yvette has a lot of stories, and they're always really good and scary. Can you tell me like your email address or something, Miss Casey? I go through so many and I can't remember. I'm so sorry. I can't remember anything. As soon as I do something, write something down or do something, it's out of my brain. Crandall. Time travel portal stories. Oh, these are not your stories. They're just, hold on. I recently went on a research tour of odd stories and I thought I would share them. If you've already heard them, I'm sorry. If you haven't, you're welcome. These are stories for time travel and portal stories. Okay. All right, here we go. There's 5 of these mini stories. Are you ready? Time travel or portal stories. You can try to get me to 1 million likes if you want to. Go nuts. All right. We have this one, then we have Bree, and then we have Jess's story to close the night. Time travel portal. Story number 1. Time travel or hotel portal. In 1979, 4 friends, Jeff, Pauline, Len, and Cynthia, were traveling through France, got tired, and decided to stay in a hotel for the night. They found a hotel that was ridiculously cheap compared to all the others in the area. They thought it was odd, but not as odd as the hotel. It had wooden latches on the doors in place of locks and shutters on the window instead of glass. In the morning when they were eating, they noticed that there were armed police officers in old-looking uniforms resembling capes. Without thinking too much into it, they went on with their day and continued their travels. When they were returning home, they wanted to stay at the same hotel again. However, the hotel wasn't there. After doing some research, they learned that those police uniforms were from 1905. Oh, interesting. Story number 2. Who traveled through time? In 1969, 2 men were driving on a southwestern Louisiana highway when they noticed a really old car driving towards them. As the car approached, they realized it was slowing down. Thinking maybe the person driving the car was in need of some assistance, they too began to slow down and pulled up beside the car. As they approached, they saw a woman and her child in the vehicle. The woman was dressed in what appeared to be 1940s attire, and her expression seemed scared or shocked as she peered at them. They gestured to her to pull over so that they could help her, and both vehicles did. But when they got out of the car and looked back at her, the car had vanished. Did they travel back or did she travel forward through time? That is interesting too. Time travel. These are not her stories. These are stories that she came across that she wanted to share. Number 3. I feel like, I don't know in that last one, because my instinct for that last one was that lady traveled forward in time. But maybe not. I'm not sure. Okay. Story number 3. Doctor opens door to portal. In 1935, Dr. E. G. Moon was leaving one of his patients home in Kent, England, when he noticed that his car was gone from where he left it. However, he quickly realized some vast differences to his surroundings from what he recalled when he parked there earlier, such as the driveway being extremely rougher than he remembered. All of a sudden, he sees a guy wearing multiple cape-like coats and a top hat, carrying a large weapon. The man seemed to look like he was from the 1800s. He turned to go back in the house, but glanced back when he noticed the pavement was smooth again, and there stood his car where he had left it. You think she jumped forward because the road would have looked different. Yeah, you're right. Number 4, there's 2 more. Cop and the Bookshop. In 1996, a police officer and his wife were shopping in Liverpool, England. The officer's wife went into a bookshop and he decided to go into another store to get a CD. As he began walking back to the bookshop, he noticed that suddenly everything became quiet and then everything around him looked like it was from the 1950s. He was suddenly standing in the middle of the street and a van honked and swerved around him. He tried to walk back to the bookshop, but it was no longer there. In its place was a woman's store by the name of Cripps. He decided to go inside, but immediately upon entering, he was in 1996 again. He later found out that the Cripps did exist. I said the Cripps, like the gang. Cripps did exist, but closed in the 50s. You read that one. That's crazy. Okay, and this is the last one. For the future, please send me your own stories, not other people's stories for the future. Other people. Okay. Last one. I just don't want to get like a bunch of people sending me like their favorite stories that they read. Okay. Are you guys trying to get to 1 million? You're so close. Story number 5. Javier TikTok time traveler. I think I've seen this guy. A guy named Javier is on TikTok claiming that he's traveled and currently stuck in 2027. I'm pretty sure. That's okay, Miss Casey. I'm just saying for the future. I feel like I've heard of this guy. Claiming that he's time traveled and currently stuck in 2027. The scary part is that he claims the entire human race is wiped out and he is there all alone. On his TikTok page, he posts videos of himself wandering around in Spain where he is alone. He's gone to stadiums, airports, police stations, hospitals, restaurants, and malls. Yes, I have seen this guy. Nobody is there except himself, which is crazy because normally these places would be packed with people, but they aren't. So either he's truly traveled through time or he's really good at editing out all the people from his videos, which is possible. However, it's harder to remove multiple people out of videos, especially if they're moving around, and of course they would be. Some people have speculated these videos were pre-recorded possibly during COVID lockdown when they had a curfew. But in order to prove this is not the case, he gets his followers to suggest where he should go next, and then goes and records a new video of nobody being there. The weirdest part is he has gone to hospitals. If this was filmed during the pandemic, these hospitals would be filled with people, but he walks around and no one is there. Get a translation app ready and go check him out. His name is, this is his name. Yes, his @ is Unico. Oh, wow. Can you pin the name? Since you know it, it's Unico Sobrevivente because it's another, he's in another language. UNICOSOBR. All right, let me type this. Hold on. Can I type? I don't think I can type. Can I not type in the comments? I can't type. You got it, Miss? Yeah, pin that. That's his name right there. I have seen that guy, and I haven't looked at him in a while. I think I'm going to go check him out. I think that's crazy. 2027 is not that far away. So if we're wiped out, woo! Oh, that means only survivor. Interesting. Those were very interesting, especially the last one. Thank you for sharing those. We're going to keep that, and I'm going to go check that guy's out after. Okay, the next one we didn't vote. While you guys vote, I'm just going to run to the bathroom because I have to pee. So you vote, then we're going to come back, and then I'm going to do Breeze, and then Jess's, and then we're calling it a night. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay. That is a question that I have about this guy, right? Is if everyone's gone, right? If he's like the only survivor, how is there still like internet? Does that make sense? That's my question. Okay, we're looking for Bree, the person I picked before. Please let me know where to find your story so that we can read that one, and then we're going to read, I hope the prediction of Surge from the Sun in 2025 is a joke and not for real. Me too. Intermission! Hello! Intermission Beauty Break is my sister-in-law. Say hello and go follow her if you can. She has a natural beauty product business. It will be up and available online for people to make orders soon, and we'll be doing a live with her. But say hi and go follow her. Intermission Beauty Break. He needs to play songs not yet released. There's probably no songs if he says he's the last one. Taboost! Thank you! Ooh, this is a cool one. What is that? Thank you, thank you. I thought about that too. Who services the services? Who services the services? We hit 1 million likes! Ooh. You guys are awesome. I'm trying to find if Bree is telling me where to. It's promoting a TV show. Bree, where are you? Sister Matrix. She's my sister. She's my sister's wife. That's my sister's wife. My sister-in-law. Bree, are you here? The person I picked before for your story. Because we have your story and then we have Jess's long story to close out before I go to bed. Oh, it's 12:12, guys. It's 12. I feel like it was just 11:11. The time flies when I'm on here. I have so much fun on here. Bree. Oh, wait, there's so many more. There's so many. I was stuck up in the chat. I sent my story from an email starting with, okay, hold on. BRIN. No. On 2-9. Nope, this is not you. Hold on, let's try again. BRIANNA. Oh no, where did it go? TRU? You said February 9th. Un momento, per favore. February 9th. Let's see. Let me try to go back to February 9th because I know all the stories were so good tonight. This was a really good live. Really good live for stories. Hold on, we're trying to find February 9th. We're almost there. What is it? I'm looking for Brianna. Just scrolling through trying to find this story. Hold on a second because I'm having issues trying to find it. Found a Brittany. I had so many on February 9th. Holy crap. No, no. Oh my God. How many? No. No. Oh my God. I'm literally still going through emails from February 9th. Yeah, can you resend it? That would be way easier. If you can just like forward it to me. How did I have so many fucking emails on February 9th? Yes, please resend. Please resend. We're going to read this one, and then we're going to read Jess's, and then I gotta go to bed, you guys. I gotta go to bed. Oh my goodness. Let's get rid of these donuts. No one likes the donuts. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. We'll put up some Lucy the Llamas just for funsies. Some Lucy the Llamas. No need to send them. We've already hit a bunch of goals. Resent. All right, let's see. I'm going to wait a second to get it because I don't have it yet. But sometimes it just takes a little minute to go through. This is the most quiet I've been for the longest. I'm so sorry. Yeah, she did resend it. I'm trying to see if it comes through because it takes a minute. I put resending in the subject. Yeah, I don't have anything yet. Good morning. Someone sent me a follow from an account with your name. Yes, you should block it. This is my only account, TessicaVision. And then I have a backup account that's TessicaVision _official_backup. It has one video on it of me showing that it's actually me and blah, 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 blah. If anyone else tries to follow you, tries to DM you, it's not me. I am never going to DM you and tell you that I have a reading for you or a message for you. I am never going to try to get money out of you because that's what these people do. I have so many fake accounts. If you come across one of those, please let me know who it is, like what it, so that I can report it and block it. And please, you also report them for impersonation and block them. I have so many people that are trying to impersonate me. Yes. Yes, it's not cool. All right, which email address did you send it to? Was it tessicavision@gmail.com or was it glitches.tessicavision@gmail.com? So we can find it. I know it always says no violation, but at least it's out there. At least they have this, it's out there and the blocking. It's fine. Oh, I know. They have the exact same name as me and my website in their bio. That's interesting. Do I go to sleep thinking about these stories? No, I don't actually. I always make sure after I'm done here, I cleanse myself and my space. And I watch something funny usually just to get my vibe back up and not stuck in fear. And then we just go to sleep. We go on. Which Instagram is the real me? I only have one Instagram and it's TessicaVision. Just regular TessicaVision. That's my only Instagram account. I do not have merch yet. I have merch designs and I'm trying to pick a merch company. that I like, and then I will be selling merch. I am definitely going to be selling merch, so stay tuned. I am still not getting this story, guys. I don't know. Let me check in my spam. No. What about in my spam here? No. I don't know what's going on. Ba, ba, bum, 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 bum. Is this you? Oh no, Jess, is this yours? Jessica Calder. This is yours, right? I've been checking both emails, guys. I've been checking both emails. Okay, that one's yours. All right, so I have yours for last. I don't know what to do about... I sent it to TessicaVision. Yes, it should be... No, the last one I have to TessicaVision is from someone called... I don't know why I'm not getting your emails. It's not even in my spam. Well, TessicaVision@gmail.com is my business email, so I don't prefer that one for your stories to be sent to. But if you're sending it right now there, that's fine. I'm just not getting it. The other one is glitches.tessicavision@gmail.com. I'm literally refreshing this like every 5 seconds. I'm just clicking on it everywhere. I don't know why I can't get it. If you're desperate, you need to calm down. One of my gifts tonight cost 8,000 coins. It's not $230 for me, I'll tell you right now. Whatever the coins is that you guys spend on something, times that by 0.005, and that's what I receive in money. Let me send it onto my Gmail right back. Okay, sounds good. No, I'm not going to check something you tagged me in right now. I'm literally using my phone for the live. I will probably see it at another time. But we're not reading your story or whatever that is right now anyway. Or I'm waiting for this one person to send their story because they were chosen. And then we're reading Jess's story for the last story of the night. But Angel Speed, can I just ask a question about that? I really honestly don't understand that. I don't, and I'm not trying to be mean in any way. I really would love it to be explained to me in a better way. The whole thing about not using white sage, right? I don't understand why, if me or anyone is using something in the way that it's meant to be used, why is that taken as a bad thing and not taking it as like honoring the traditions and the methods used by another culture and using it also for the same purpose? You know what I mean? Like why is it bad? I don't understand that. You sent it from your Gmail account. I got it now. We'll read that in a second. But what do you mean? I don't understand. It's sacred and in danger of harvest unethically. So it has to do with it being right. I understand the phrase closed practice, but can you explain to me why is it a closed practice? It's cultural appropriation, not appreciation. But what does that mean? I'm asking out of literal ignorance. I don't know. And I'm trying to learn. So what is cultural appropriation and why is it closed? If people are using it like for the same thing, Someone else is saying it's not exclusive to Native communities. It's gatekeeping. Hispanic cultures do it too. It's not cultural appropriation. If it's becoming scarce from overuse, I mean, a lot of things are becoming scarce from overuse. I didn't understand either when I started saying it. I don't know what that means. Culture is supposed to be shared. I agree. I feel like it's not bad at all. You know what I mean? I don't understand how it's bad. Okay, it's a spiritual practice. I'm a spiritual person and I'm using it as a spiritual practice in the same way that it's supposed to be used. White sage is being harvested or stolen out of the wild or close to it. Or get it from an unknown person. It's endangered. George, stop, man. We're not reading your story right now. Because they honor their culture, so many things are stolen. If your word doesn't really matter, you should listen to Native people. I don't understand what you're saying. People get so offended over everything. Stealing from the oppressed group and reclaiming it as yours. I'm not reclaiming it as mine, though. I'm not stealing anything, and I'm not trying to sound mean this is literally me just trying to understand. Because I don't. People think things belong to them and won't share because it's theirs. Because I've seen like so many people talk about it and I don't understand it at all. I'm indigenous and it doesn't bother me, but it shouldn't be bought. You give tobacco for it. Can we hear from someone? Some natives like to keep their rituals special. Everyone's culture is special. Sage is not endangered. As we treat religion, only those who are part of religion. But I disagree with that too. First of all, religion is fucking bullshit. Excuse me, but it is. It's just something to control the masses. But for example, I was brought up Christian and I was with a guy who was, his mom was Christian and his dad was Jewish. And even though I wasn't Jewish, I celebrated both traditions and in both things for both cultures because I was being a part of it and honoring all the cultures. You know what I mean? I'm indigenous. Don't listen to this person. Just because you're spiritual doesn't mean that it's a part of your spirituality. You can't tell me what's a part of my spirituality, though. I decide that. Sage is used in so many cultures. Every country has white sage. You should research. Forget them, do you? We have white sage everywhere in South Africa, and we've used it for years. Shan, you can leave if you're not happy. I'm having a conversation right now. And if you're not happy, you can go. There's always going to be controversy. I'm trying to understand. Spirituality is something to be shared, and it's a victory when you find it. It's usually misrepresented, not how the origin culture is. Same with hairstyles and stuff. I'm trying to read through all this, but there is a lot. Amazing how people try to set conditions for other spiritual practices. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know. We have a lot of back and forth. I just ask because I feel like a lot of the time, because I do use sage. I use white sage. I use Palo Santo. I use smudge spray, which contains oil, like sage oil. There's a lot of things that I use. And I feel that I'm using them the correct way. I'm not doing it I'm not mocking or doing anything. I'm using them for a purpose and I feel like it's okay. And then I get yelled at sometimes and I don't understand it. So I'm just gonna continue doing what I'm doing. And if it offends you, I apologize. I'm not meaning it to offend you in any way. So I don't know. I am using it with respect. Honestly, for me, as an American Indian, you are keeping our culture alive. I love that because I really enjoy things from different cultures, and I feel like I'm like you said, keeping that alive and honoring that. And I don't know, it's appreciation. Yes, I'm not trying to offend anyone. Catholics like candles. All you non-Catholics better stop using candles. Thank you. If you legit want to understand, get answers from legit sources. Do you want to give me a legit source? Okay. It's all about your intent. If you think it's part of your own spirituality, then do you. I do think that. People can't even breathe right. Oh my God, that's true. They do in mass. You're right. Okay, we got to get on with this because literally I'm so tired. Thank you if you contributed to the conversation and tried to make me understand a little more. I still don't, but I appreciate you trying. Okay, here we go. We're going to read this one and we're going to read Jess's, and then I have to go to bed because I'm literally so tired I want to die. Here we go. I know we hit 1 million before. I wouldn't say that this is a glitch in the matrix, but definitely creepy. We're not talking about religion. When I was a young child, my mom told me that she would take me to the cemetery to visit her grandmother who passed in 1987. I had never met her as I was born in 1997, but my mom said I told her, I know this lady, she reads books to me. Another time she had taken me to the cemetery, I told her, all these people are just so sad to be stuck here. Oh my God. She said after that, I developed an imaginary friend, specifically a little girl. My mom said that she questioned me, and I told her this little girl's family left her after she died in our house, and she was lost and couldn't find them. I would stack pillows trying to get into our attic where my friend was all alone. I told my mom I just wanted to play with her. I don't really remember much of this except from what my mom has told me. Fast forward to last year, I moved back in with my mom, and my older brother did as well with his 8-year-old daughter a little before I did. One day we were going through some bins of our stuff outside. I found my grandma had kept a few of my toys from my childhood. She asked if I wanted them, and I told her no, she can get rid of them or donate them. Well, that same exact night, I was asleep with my son in our bed. I had the window and the curtains open since it was summer and it was super hot. When I was sleeping, I felt someone frantically tapping my foot, but nothing was said. When I looked up with the light from the moon coming through the window, I see the shadow of a little girl. I freaked out thinking it was my niece and something was wrong. I grabbed my phone under my pillow and I turned my flashlight on, and the little girl was gone. I saw my son asleep, so I ran to my brother's room to see if something was wrong because I figured my niece took off running once I was awake. I get to his room and open the door, and my niece is asleep. I asked my brother if she was just awake, and he said no, she's been asleep for a few hours. Everyone else in the house was asleep as well, but I'm 100% sure I saw a shadow of a little girl. I wasn't half asleep or dreaming. The tapping made me jump like it was an emergency. After telling my mom the next morning, she said it's weird how I said throw my toys away. I played with them when I had an imaginary friend, and then that happens. We talked about how spirits attach themselves to objects, and maybe that was her way of trying to tell me not to throw her away and panicking that I would. Definitely creepy, but we kept the toys anyway, and nothing weird has happened since. That was a good one. What? Hold on a second. We're going to vote right now. Did you like that? Happy face for yes, sad face for no. Oh my God. Guys, that was a good one. That was a really good one. I'm sorry we waited so long to read it and we got into a whole nother conversation, but I really appreciate you sharing that, Brianna. That was so good. Yes, we loved it. Loved it. All right, I have to send this to my other email address because it's not supposed to be here so that I can archive it correctly. You know what's funny is when you sent that one, Brie, I got both of them. Like the one that I was trying to get, and then that one. Crazy. If you have stories that you want to send, you can either go to the link in my bio or you can go to TessicaVision.com, and there's something that says submit your weird stories. You can use that. All right, we're keeping this one. I have so many good stories. Keep an eye on your inboxes because I am going to be sending some release forms to some people to possibly use their stories in a book that I'm putting together. A goosebumps emoji? That would be good. Okay, we are going to be reading the last story of the night. It is a holy shit, Jess. It is a very long story. It's so long. Oh my God, it's so long. Okay, this is the last story. It's super duper long. And then I'm going to bed. You did tell me. You did tell me, girl. You told me. You told me. Okay. Guys, I feel like these stories have been the best tonight. Like, we have had just all good stories tonight. I don't think there was any that was bad. I don't think there were any. Right? Okay. Here we go. Last story of the night. Enjoy. Okay. Glitch in the Matrix story. Drag me to hell. What? Wait, it literally says, drag me to hell? Nahag. I don't know what the fuck that means, but here we go. I tried over 2 hours to put this in PDF form, but you know glitches be glitching. So enjoy this long ass email. FYI, it took me 10 minutes to read. Oh my God. Okay. We love details. We love details. We love details. Okay. First, I just want to thank you for embracing all of the people out there that need an outlet for the strange and mysterious. You are normalizing and validating us, our experiences, and really just filling a void that needs a platform. Thank you for saying that. I'm so happy you feel that way. That makes me really happy. I really appreciate those kind words. That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm very excited about it. I love you. Okay. Second, can I keep reading this, Jess? Can I keep reading this, or is this for me to read this one part? Yes, okay. Second, I feel like we are soul sisters. LOL, we have the same name, same interests, same personality, and almost the same birthday, so I can't tell you how excited I am that you chose me to be one of your mods. It's been so fun, and it gives me much needed time with my glitchy gals. I feel like we're all at a slumber party telling weird, scary, and glitchy stories around a campfire. When you're not on a live, I go through glitch drawers, LOL. I love it. I love you guys. I love my friends here. You guys are just the best. Okay. I love you, Jess. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's get into it. I have several stories to tell, but this one is screaming inside of me and jumping onto the page, so it's the one I will submit first. A little bit of a backstory for context. I have always had the ability to see, hear, feel, and communicate with the other side. My childhood was filled with wonder, fear, and a deep understanding of my purpose here in life. I have a very thin veil compared to most, and it has allowed me to grow in a way where I am deeply spiritual and have a giant open mind to all things otherworldly / the macabre. One example of this is the ability to understand all languages. What, Jess? When I was around 6 years old, I was at a church and I was so tired. I was laying down on the pew and my mom was playing with my hair. I was listening to the speakers and I understood every word that they were saying. Their words painted pictures in my mind and kept me well behaved that day. One of the speakers was a young man who had just come home from an ecclesiastical mission. I need to just stop for 1 second here. When my grandfather passed away, my grandmother asked me to be one of the people to read a passage at the funeral. And I was so nervous because I hate being in front of people. I know that sounds weird because I'm reading in front of 910 people right now, but I can't see you. If I could see people, I get freaked out. And my passage was from Ecclesiastes. And I couldn't say that word. And I practiced and I practiced and I practiced and I practiced. And then when I got up there, I literally was a reading from, and I couldn't say it. I was like, a reading from, and my aunt, I guess, remembered that I couldn't say it, and she yelled from the pews, from the audience, Ecclesiastes! And I was like, Ecclesiastes. I just wanted to tell you that. Okay. Anyway, so I was very proud of myself that I just read this correctly, and that's the only reason I know how to read it. One of the speakers was a young man who had just come home from an ecclesiastical mission. I live in Utah, so I'll let you do the math on which church I belong to. Anyway, during the middle of his talk, my mom whispered in my ear and said, "Isn't this so neat? He's speaking another language." At that exact moment, something clouded over my mind and I could no longer understand what he was saying. I started crying because I thought I was losing my mind. I could understand him up until that point, and now it just sounded like gibberish. It was very, very confusing and frightening. To this day, I no longer have the ability to understand other languages. That is crazy. I asked my mom years later if anyone else had ever spoken in another language before that day, and she said yes all of the time. I had never heard the words sound different from mine. I knew what they were saying. I still have a hard time wrapping my head around that one. I tried so hard to learn French in school. I took 5 years of it. The only things I can say now are basic introductions and simple phrases. Years later, I found out that the missionary was speaking French that day in church because of some of the phrases I learned in school were things that he said at the pulpit. The only language ability I have retained from that time in my life is to identify nearly all accents from around the globe. Save for South America, I don't know why I can't pinpoint those accents. I have barely traveled outside of my state. I have lived in Utah my entire life and don't know anyone that speaks a second language besides my hubby. He went to Russia on his mission and speaks some German as well. Now, as far as seeing spirits and the ability to communicate with them, that ability has never gone away, not even when I have prayed for it to leave me. There were a few instances in my life where I thought that I would not make it through the night due to this. Oh my God. I've been attacked by demons to the point where I almost didn't survive. What the fuck? Here is that story. In 2004, my husband, now ex, my oldest daughter, who was 2 at the time, and I moved into a brand new townhome. It was 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 1,200 square feet. I was 2 months pregnant at the time, so the small size of the home didn't bother me because I wanted to be close to my babies. I didn't know why, but our home had a strange familiarity about it. The first few weeks we lived there were completely uneventful. It was a normal routine of working, unpacking, etc. After nearly a month, we were all unpacked and officially living in our new home. It was exciting to me because it was all brand new. There were no remnants of the past, as I like to call them. That's the term I use for negative energy, leftover spirit trauma, etc. This was a new home with a happy yet familiar feeling and a sanctuary from the busyness of life at that time. Growing up, I would sense the spirit of a home. I could feel its trauma, its pain, and its history. I still can. I used to think it was because the homes I lived in that were haunted, but in reality, whatever haunted those walls leached into me and followed me wherever I went in life without fail. Interesting. As a child, I was protected by beings of light. They would surround me always and drag any darkness back to the corners of the world that they escaped from. One night, I had a dream showing me exactly how these horrendous beings of darkness always found me. I used to pray and cry and beg and plead with Heavenly Father to help me stay in the light so darkness couldn't find me. It turns out that I was the light. When you're a being of light, you're easy to spot in the dark. In this dream, I was in a void. When I tell you that this void was darker than pitch black, it was so dark you could feel the weight of it hanging from your every pore. You could taste it when you took a breath. You could feel it pressing heavy on your soul, making you feel as if you were being forced down to hell. In this compressing nothingness, I started to see a pin prick of light. It started shining through the darkness like a single star hanging in the sky on a stormy autumn night. Once it noticed that I was observing it. It started growing in size and intensity until it enveloped me. That's when I could see it. The void I had just been swallowed up by was not a void at all. It was a spiritual realm where lost souls would wander for eternity. I could see them all milling about aimlessly and listlessly searching for something, anything that could save them from the fate worse than death. It was then that they started turning their gazes from the abyss and saw me. Eerie shining eyes all looking into my soul as I was a shining beacon, a glowing lighthouse in this sea of hopeless hell. As soon as they saw me, they lunged towards my light. Most of them were like vicious predators, gnarling and gnashing their crooked smiles at the thought of tearing my soul to pieces to starve off the starvation of light they have been to stave off the starvation of light they had been living in for who knows how long. When they reached the edge of the darkness and tried to cross the threshold of my light, I felt everything that they were, all of their fear, anger, evil, and foul intent. It was then that the beings of light, who were and still are my protectors, gathered around me and made a barrier of sorts. They started fighting the foul spirits. At this point, I wasn't afraid. I was sad. I was mourning at the thought of these lost spirits being trapped in that, I don't know this word, trapped in that oubliette of darkness for all eternity. In my childlike mind, I saw all the good in all souls. I was then approached by a being of light that I had never seen before. Without words, she told me I had a choice. I can be protected from darkness always and have a safe, happy, and comfortable life, or I can choose to be a gateway for all souls to journey through. What the fuck? If I chose the former, I would wake up not remembering a thing and go about my happy life being protected from harm, accidents, evil, and sin. If I chose the latter, I would always remember this dream and would never again be able to close the doorway between worlds once I opened it. With this choice laid at my feet, I looked out into the endless sea of faces, scratching and screaming their demonic screams, waiting for the doorway to open so that they could bombard our world with their terror and stench once more. Remember, I was a child when this happened. Can you imagine having the weight of that decision and the fate of countless beings on your shoulders at the tender young age of 8? Well, that's exactly what happened. I had to choose. So as I stood there in stoic fear, looking upon the true faces of demonic entities for the first time, chills racing up my spine like the hackles of a canine, staring down a murderous predator, I spotted one tiny ray of light. It was a little girl no more than 4 years old. She was cowering behind the spitting, staining stoles with the faintest glow about her. She should not have been there. I could sense that to my core. I saw that she was chained to the floor, and I knew instantly if I chose to leave the doorway closed, she would remain trapped there, light dimming, eventually turning into one of those things fighting to tear their way out into our world. The choice was made. Even if I let 1,000 demons through, I would do it to save one soul. She had been murdered by her vicious, vile parents. They had killed themselves and trapped her in that place with them. She had suffered so much in her short life, but so much more in this never-ending one. How could I choose not to set her free? How could I not choose to set her free? So, without speaking, the beings of light felt my choice, glanced back at me with angelic smiles, approving nods, and stepped aside. The ground shook with thunderous waves, and the horde descended into me. Oh my God. I became a portal to pass through from one world to the next. Just as I felt the very last of my energy fading away from having been assaulted by legions of demons clawing through my soul, the little girl held out her hand to me. With every ounce of strength I had left, I raised my pale, shaking hand up to meet hers. When our fingers touched, the dim light from her spirit surged into such brilliance that I had to shield my eyes for the fear of going blind. She had crossed over into heaven and had given her light and strength to me as a gift for saving her soul. I felt such pure gratitude and peace in that moment, and I feel it again as I write this. My warm tears are dripping down my pale pink cheeks as I write these words. Remembering that dream has a profound effect on my heart. I often think about that little girl and pray that she is living in a pure state of joy up in heaven, surrounded by loved ones who dote on her affectionately. You would think the dream is over at this point, right? Nope. After the little girl had crossed over and blessed me with her strength and light, the other beings of light circled around me. The same woman who had offered me a choice held out her hand to me and asked me to take it. When I did, and without hesitation, she showed me a vision of a little home with a little closet. It was that little closet. In that little closet, there was a tiny attic. In that tiny attic, there lay a vibrant purple portal. It looked just as you think a portal would, swirling violet light and a deep black center surrounded by ominous dread. She told me that someday I would be the bearer of souls. I would have the ability to bring souls into the light and the ability to banish foul demons back into the dark. This portal would have a gatekeeper, and he would act as a protector towards me and my family. The beings of light were no longer allowed to surround me and protect me at all times because I had chosen to let this side of darkness into my life. I cried and asked her if I would ever see them again. Just then she smiled a radiant, beaming smile of light and told me that in times of great peril, they would be at my side until the danger subsided. She also told me that if I ever needed their help keeping the creatures of darkness at bay, they were only a prayer away. After that, she held me tight and brought me back to my little sleeping body. Yes, I had been out of my body this entire time. It was the first time I had ever astral projected into the ether sphere, but it definitely wasn't the last. Winky face. That's where the demon comes in. Oh, I'm sorry. That's where the demon comes in. The one that this story is all about. The hag from hell, as I have come to call her. After about a few months of living in our tiny home, and with my pregnant belly swelling day by day, my health began to take a turn. My husband at the time was young, as was I, and once my health started waning, he decided he didn't really want the whole family and marriage thing anymore. Are you fucking kidding me? Excuse me. Excuse me. He became abusive, elusive, and an all-around incel. Asshole for the folks my age. I never heard of that word. He didn't start getting physically abusive until after our little one was born, though, so that's a blessing in disguise, I guess. Fuck that guy. I divorced him after I found out about the affairs and drinking. I wasn't about to put my two precious girls through this kind of life. It was the best decision I have ever made because only 4 short months later, I met the love of my life, and we have been married for nearly 16 years now. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. We have 2 children together and have lost 13 to miscarriages. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Raquel, for the llama. Like I said, my health started to turn while living in that tiny house. After my new hubby moved in, things were calm and wonderful for a while. It was only after clearing out a small section of that tiny closet to make room for his clothes that I had an overwhelming sense of dread. I was homesick one day, so my mom was watching the girls while my hubby was at work. I didn't want to sit there doing nothing, so I decided to put some laundry away. As I was hanging up some shirts, I noticed something odd. There was a faint sound coming from the attic. It was a small whirring noise like a cold, brisk wind rustling through the dead trees of winter. As I was listening to this noise, I nearly fell backwards into the wall. I felt as if I was getting struck by a bolt of lightning. A rush of memories came flooding into my mind. The dream, the demons, the little girl, all of it. The thing that gave me a pang of fear once those memories washed over me was the vision of the small home with a small closet that held a tiny attic door. That tiny attic door inside the small closet in the small home is the exact door I was staring at in horror. I knew it. I knew that was it. I knew it. At that moment, the whirring noise grew so intense that I had to cover my ears. The noises of hell itself started snarling at my senses to remind me of the choice I had made so many years ago. They were here. The flashes of violet light, the screaming of demons, the flood of negative energy, it all encapsulated me in a moment between moments. Time had come due, and I was to pay my debt for the choice I made to be a beacon and a doorway. The entity started ripping through me, clawing at the walls, clawing out of the hot, humid hell that they had been trapped in. I sat there and let it happen. I did nothing to stop it. I was in a trance and had lost all sense of self. I was, in essence, a vessel. As this was happening, I became aware that I was no longer in my body. I was staring at my limp limbs and slacked jaw just lying on the floor by our closet. It was so unreal. That's when I saw her. At first, I couldn't make out what I was seeing because it was a void of light. There was no framework to outline the shape. It was pure darkness. If the void in my room had a master, this was it. This darkness was that void, and it was taking on my form. It had seeped from every pore. I had exhaled this endless emptiness and allowed it to take shape while I stood there, breathless, hopeless, and stuck in between moments of time, watching, just watching. Once I had exuded the evil that came through me, I stared as it saw me. Me. The me that was outside of my body, the me that could do nothing but exist in that moment, the me that opened the world to the dark, evil, vile thing. Once it saw that me standing outside my body, it took on the form of a woman. It took on the form of me. She was now my mimic. Her lifeless eyes glinted for a split second. I could feel her shifty intentions. She was going to jump into my body and send me to that empty hell that she had created. It was then that I felt a familiar feeling of light take my hand and place me gently back into my body before that demon could crawl into it and cast me out forever. I gasped and gulped at the air once I felt my lungs again. I was shaking and dizzy and felt like I had been mere inches from death, worse than death itself, spiritual death. I looked around, scrubbing the crocodile tears from my eyes that were streaking my fractal vision in 1,000 directions, but I saw nothing. I no longer saw or felt anything there. The whirring noise had fallen silent, the air no longer felt heavy, and the attic was dark once more. I crawled into my bed, kneeled beside it, and whispered a prayer I had never prayed before. I asked for forgiveness for what I had just let out into the world, and I begged for the ability to contain the evil that had sprouted from me. I felt a warmth inside, and I knew without a doubt that I had now had the power to control the gateway between worlds. I could protect my family and keep the evil at bay. Those demons would never be able to scare my children or anyone else ever again. It took several years, but I finally opened up to my hubby about that part of my life. He knew that I could see, hear, and speak with spirits, but he didn't know the whole of it. I don't know why I waited so long to tell him, because like the angel he is, he was 100% supportive and on board. He promised to protect me while I protect all others. He truly is a godsend, and I know that he was sent to me at the proper time so that we could both banish her back to the void that she ripped her way out of. I lived in that tiny home for 15 years. My hubby lived there for 12 because we met after I had already lived there for 3 years. We would fight darkness, evil, and demons together. I kept them away from their kids, and he kept them trapped for me to deal with and banish. We used the priesthood, God's power here on earth, to banish spirits from our world and also help those good souls that were trapped be released from their torment and sent back home to God. She would always find her way back through. Time and time again, she would slip through the cracks, torment me, disguise herself to win egress through the portal. Whatever it took to get back to me, she did. She had a singular purpose: to rip me from this world and use my body as her own. True demons, you see, can never have a body. They were banished from heaven and cast out of the light. The only thing that they want now is a body of their own and to drag as many souls down to hell as possible. Once she saw that I could leave my body, essentially making it an empty vessel, she found her purpose. Throughout the years of constant fighting against evil, my health tanked. I became weaker and sicker as time went on. Well, she could sense this. That evil hag was wearing me down, and she knew it was only a matter of time until I was spent for good and she could claim victory in our seemingly eternal war. On the last night I ever saw her, I had been bedridden with the worst sickness of my life for 5 weeks. It was January 2019. Looking back, I would bet my life that I had COVID before it was officially announced 1 year later. That's just my opinion. Doctors were baffled and chalked it up to an unknown virus at the time, so you come to your own conclusions on that one. As I lay there in bed in the dark, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I'll make it through the night, I felt her presence enter our room through the closet portal. The already dark room sank into an even heavier darkness that snuffed out all light. The air hung thick with a hot, wet stench that I can only describe as death itself. My breaths grew raspy as she approached the bed. My husband was rolled onto his side with his back facing me. It took all the energy I had to turn my head to see if he could see her too. When I saw his back and heard him snore, a single tear fell from my eye, slowly ran down my cheek, and kissed the pillow where my head lay. It was proof that I tried. I tried to fight her. I tried to protect him. I tried. That tear expressed all the emotions I had pent up over the years. It was my way of saying goodbye to him, telling him I love him, and that I really did try. I'm sorry I had to go. I have nothing left to fight with, I said in my own mind, hoping that he would hear me. I used the very last ounce of my strength to turn my head backwards from the hag to the towards the hag from hell, and I stared her straight in the black abyss she called eyes and let out one last breath. That's when I watched as she plunged her hand straight into my chest and ripped me out of my own body. I hovered over my body for a minute, not realizing what had just happened. Once I understood that I had been evicted from the only home I had ever known in this life, I was thrown into my bedroom door. Though I was only a spirit at this point, I hit that door as if it were still corporal. It was a shock to both of us. She turned to look at me, and I felt the fires of hell rage through me. I leaped onto her and found the strength that had been leeching from me through all these years. We fought a battle worthy of the history books in my small room in my small house by my tiny attic door. In the end, though, she reigned victorious as she only had me to worry about, but I was worried about everyone. My attention was shifted for the smallest of moments as a flash of my children and hubby thinking that this thing was me ran through my mind. She would destroy them and there was nothing I could do. She felt that though and took the opportunity to run towards my body and leap in and cast me out forever. It was like a movie. Everything was so surreal. It was all slow motion from my perspective. I watched as she ran, as if trudging through muddy water. I looked at my beautiful hubby sound asleep and just screamed out for him. My soul screamed for his, and I begged God to let him hear me. Just as the hag reached the bed and went to plunge her soul into my lifeless body, my hubby, who was still asleep with his back turned to me, reached over my body and held it so tightly I felt a tingling sensation in my soul. His arm was glowing. As I got up and ran towards my body, I saw what was holding me was not a physical body, but his spiritual one. His soul had heard my pleas and had protected me in the ultimate act of love. His spirit rose up, grabbed the hag by her throat, invoked God's power through my priesthood, and banished her beyond the borders of hell so she could never return. My soul jumped into his arms, and he gently placed me back into my body and then went back into his. I once again gasped for air, which woke him from his slumber. I asked him if he knew what had just happened. He had no clue. He held me tight as I sobbed and told him everything. I will never again wonder if I'm going to make it through the night when a new demon comes through that portal. I know now that I always have the ultimate protector by my side, whether he is aware of it or not. We moved into a brand new home a year later. We moved into a brand new home later that year and have had no issues since. When we were moving, I did ask God if he could close the portal off for good so it could no longer harm anyone else, but my grandma was sent to me in a dream to give me the answer that no, I made a choice, so I must choose to bring it with me wherever I go, or choose to leave it at that small home for others to lose their lives to. And I alone was given the power to keep the devils at bay, not them. So I chose to take it with me. The gatekeeper and I have new profound understanding of what kinds of souls are allowed through and which ones can never cross over. He and the portal have found solace in our new home, a home that I keep safe from the world and my loved ones in it. My children may never know the full truth about the homes they grew up in, but as long as they're safe and happy, I'll continue to bridge the gap between worlds and keep them in blissful ignorance to the true horrors that lay beneath our feet. I hope the story has touched you in some way, whether it opened your eyes to the reality of the world we really live in, or it just entertained you before bed. I'm glad to have it out of my heart and into the world. Sleep soundly, knowing that you are protected and safe. There are those of us out here fighting for you every single day. I love you all, and I'm so grateful to have found my tribe. The end. I feel like we need like a standing ovation, round of applause. Oh my God, that was so long and so good. That was so good. We need to vote on that. I don't know why we would even need to vote on that. This story needs to be pinned and it needs to be heard. I can't read this in one video. It's too long for one video on TikTok. Wow, that was crazy. Thank you for those of you who stuck around for that crazy long story. Thank you, Jess, for writing that story. And wow, you're such a good writer, by the way. That was written very beautifully. Hopefully I read it okay. It was so beautifully written. I've got to go to YouTube tomorrow and re-listen. Yes, if you missed any of this, it is on YouTube. It will be on YouTube tomorrow, as long as TikTok has recorded this correctly, which I really hope that they did. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my goodness, that was crazy. The visuals that came to my mind. Yes, that was such a good story. My goodness. Obviously, we're saving that one. Obviously. I know I got to scroll up to the top here so I can put this in my yes pile. I thought I was going to lose my voice in a second. Thank you for all the kind words. I'm crying. Oh, Jess. Thank you so much, Jess. What a great way to end the night. I know. Yes, you could start your own TikTok with your own. Well, you have a TikTok, but you could put your story up there on your TikTok. People would probably love to hear that. Oh my God. Whew. Crazy. Standing ovation. Standing ovation. That was so good. That was very good. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. Thank you for everything that you do. What do you mean the comments disappeared? Oh, wait, they're here. Yes, the visualization was good. I've been on for a really long time. I'm getting offline right now because I am so tired and it's after 1 a.m. for me. Oh my goodness. Yes, thank you for what you do. Thank you, Jess. My kids are watching and I think I'm famous. You are famous, girl. So they do know. They do know. Yes. Okay. I gotta say goodbye. I gotta say goodbye. It took like 30 minutes to read, not complaining. LOL, it did take a really long time to read. Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you guys so much. If you came today, if you chatted, if you commented, if you voted, if you tapped the screen, extra special thank you to my mods. Yes, they know now. That's great. Hello, kids. Extra special thank you to my mods. Thank you, Jess, for that crazy fucking long story. These stories were so good tonight, all of them. And we ended with an amazing one, all of them. So please make sure you're subscribed to my YouTube if you missed any of them, because you'll be able to see them tomorrow as long as TikTok recorded this correctly. Cross your fingers. My YouTube is TessicaVision, just like on here. You can get there by just going there, or you can go to the link in my bio or tessicavision.com, and my socials are at the top. My Discord is also up there. Please come join the Discord. You can also submit your stories there. My Amazon storefront is there. Also, extra special thank you if you subscribed or sent gifts today. I really appreciate you guys so much. I will probably not be on tomorrow or Thursday, but I should be on Friday. So hopefully, yes, you can watch them on YouTube. Probably Friday. So I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And Jess, thank you for what you do. I love you. Oh, and thank you for being you. I forgot to say that part. Thank you all for being you. I love you guys so much. Yes, best live, best live. Good night, my friends.